best players in the world have come to North Carolina this week to try to win the PGA Championship. The crackle in the air is born of that hope.
Major championship golf. That's what frames this sport.
All these players, somewhere inside, have laid out some scenario that ends with them holding the Wanamaker. In every generation, in every sport, a seductive possibility hangs out there. That you might win enough tournaments, and enough of the right tournaments, for people to still speak your name long after all memory of your actual self is turned to dust. They're after a trophy and acclaim and money, but really, they're after immortality. Welcome to the PGA Championship.
ESPN Plus and the PGA of America welcome you to the first round of the 2025 PGA Championship at Quail Hollow Club in Charlotte, North Carolina. With the 1996 PGA champion Mark Brooks, I'm Taylor Zarzour. Ned Michaels on the golf course with three of the best in the world this morning, getting ready for their tee time here shortly. Brooks, we had to deal with some rain the first couple of days, but it is beautiful out there on a Thursday morning at Quail. It's perfect weather. Rory McIlroy comes in as the big story, having won the Masters last month to complete the career Grand Slam. Of course, Scottie Scheffler still ranked #1 in the world. He's won the Masters twice, but he's trying to win these other major championships. Justin Thomas won here 8 years ago, and then won this event again 3 years ago in Tulsa. And his best friend, Jordan Spieth, in his 9th attempt, is trying to be the next man to complete the career Grand Slam. Lots of rain on Monday, more on Tuesday, some on Wednesday, hopefully none today. Almost 5 inches of rain in the last 5 days. And we reference Koepka, Fowler, and Lowry, who are going to the tee in 5 minutes. Brooks Koepka eats dinner with you on Tuesday nights in the PGA Champions dinner. Brooksy,
no, he didn't.
Not this year, but usually he does. You've seen him in there before. He's dominated this event in the last 7 years.
You know, he was out, I think he was out playing. They had all those rain delays, and it was Tuesday evening, and they waited around. I think they went back out and played some golf.
Well, he's had such success in this event. 5-time major champion overall. This is the event he is most successful in.
The player who beat the strongest field in golf to win the 100th PGA Championship, Brooks Koepka.
Trying to win this championship for the second time in 9 months. Gonna win it now. It's a Koepka coronation. Koepka conquers the PGA at Oak Hill.
What makes him so successful in this event, Mark?
I don't know about that. This event, he's good at a lot of events. Maybe the time of year a little bit. He's definitely dealt with some injuries, some significant injuries the last several years. Besides his talent, I would say his approach to these major championships has been a huge advantage for him.
And Rickie Fowler playing in the PGA for his 16th consecutive year, earning a special invitation this year to the PGA Championship. Runner-up in majors 3 times. In fact, he's had 13 top 10s in the majors. That's the most of anyone in the field without winning. Rickie showed some form last week on the PGA Tour in Philadelphia with a top 20 finish. In fact, he shot 63 in round 1 a week ago. And of course, he's won on this golf course. winning the PGA Tours event back in 2012 for his first win of his career. And speaking of last week, so close for Shane Lowry, his second place finish of the year, and now ranked 10th in the world, playing his best golf.
Definitely playing his best golf in some time. He's always been a good ball striker and a marvelous pitcher of the golf ball. This club in his hand occasionally gets a little balky, but he seems to have ironed a lot of that out this year. It's hard to win.
Beautiful Quail Hollow Club, created in the early 1960s, hosting the PGA for the second time, as these two will be on the tee in just a couple of minutes. Speaking of Quail Hollow, it is a big ballpark. It's the 4th longest course in the history of the PGA Championship at over 7,600 yards. A ton of water on the course, especially in the middle part of your round. And then on those last 3 holes, the par 4s are beasts. There are 8 of them that are over 450 yards in length. That ties a record. And the hardest holes are at the beginning and the end.
Well, the yardage is going to play fairly true this year, being so soft. We may see the ball start chasing out a little bit by the weekend. I will tell you, today's 450-yard par 4 is not what it used to be. It's a driver and a wedge for these guys now.
They start at the 10th, almost 600 yards.
Well, just shy of 591 today. It's about 275 to this left fairway bunker, 340 to carry it. They put it in the fairway. It's a downhill second shot. Little nuisance bunker there, about 20 yards short of the green. We'll talk about these closely mown areas ad nauseum as we continue on. They're magnificent. They're almost like putting surfaces.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 107th PGA Championship. This is the 7:38 starting time. Now on the tee, please welcome our 2018, 2019, and 2023 PGA champion from Florida, Brooks Koepka.
One of the great traditions in major championship golf is that these wonderful club professionals from all over North America are the starters at this event, getting to watch a man that's won it 3 times. Driver at the 10th.
Go Knowles, let's go, baby.
Now on the tee, please welcome from Florida, Rickie Fowler.
Men's professional golf has been in Charlotte each of the last 22 years, and one of the more powerful moments ever on this course happened about 100 yards to Rickie's left, when he won it, beating Rory McIlroy in DA points for his first PGA Tour victory here 13 years ago.
A lot of roll there.
Now on the tee, please welcome from Ireland, Shane Lowry.
He's made every cut at the PGA since 2017, and he's especially been great in the last 7 years.
Get him, Rick.
That'll stay short of that fairway bunker, so Koepka in the trees over to the right. Lowry short of the bunker to the left. Fowler in the middle of the fairway. Because of all that rain we've had this week, the ball is not rolling out. They are playing it down in the fairway today as they head to their second shots at the 10th. And let's welcome in Ned Michaels, who's following these three. Good morning, Ned.
Good morning, golf fans, and what a glorious morning it is. Cool temperatures. We got humidity this afternoon. We're going to get into the upper 80s. But talk about this golf course, and it's so much has been made about length. You better be able to hit it long off of the tee. If you're not going to hit it that long, you better be able to hit it high with those middle and long irons. And you're going to have to make a bunch of those squirrely little side winder, kind of 4 to 6 footers on the green. Overlaying that with our three players today, let's start with Rickie Fowler. Statistically, we don't expect much from Rickie. It's not been a banner year. He's here on an exemption. So the first 6 holes for Rickie, get his feet under him, start to get some comfort, a little bit of rhythm. Remember in 21, he was on a special exemption here at the PGA Championship, and he finished top 10. So maybe that people pleaser side of him, that's the catalyst for good golf this week. And then you take a look at Brooks Koepka. He can beat you so many ways. Aaron Hills with length, and St. Louis with the putter. His mind is sharp. I'm encouraged looking at his TrackMan numbers and watching him the last 2 days on the range, bludgeoning the driver. Old school, vintage Koepka off the tee. I'm a little concerned though. Couple of different wedge grinds, new wedges in the bag, couple of 5 woods and a 7 wood. He was trying to decide late yesterday what was going to actually go in the bag. So he too, these first 6 holes, critical to get some comfort, to find that rhythm as well. And then Shane Lowry, well, that just might be your champion, folks. You look at Lowry, he's hitting a lot of fairways this season. When he misses, 21 feet, that's his average miss from the edge of the fairway. Soft fairways, yeah, soft conditions, that means fairways get wider. That means Lowry's going to play a lot from the short grass. He's fantastic with his long irons. He's top 10 in that category in proximity. And then when you look around the greens, he's almost 50% out of the bunkers. Around here, that's a big, good number. And out of the rough, the deep rough, his scrambling numbers, he's top 5 on the PGA Tour, and really he's top 5 on the planet. And he's been making those putts, the squirrely ones that have gotten away from him. So for Shane Lowry, first 6 holes, let's see some birdies. When we get to the 15th hole, I want him to be 1 or 2 under. Let's have a day.
All right, Ned. Love your breakdown and your preview of these three and how they're playing, especially with Koepka there. Brooks has really struggled with the driver this year playing on Live Golf. There are 53 players that are included in their stats in that limited field, and Koepka is 38th in driving accuracy out of those 53 guys, and missed his first fairway. Rickie Fowler with his caddy Ricky Romano leaving the picture. You said it, Mark. There's the pitch mark just to the left of his golf ball. There's almost no rollout this morning.
That one went backwards.
You are limited with your options over there to the right of the 10th fairway and this thick rough. In fact, this is as much rough as we've seen on the golf course at Quail Hollow. Lowry has way more of an opening to the left. It's a long ways away from the hole. Fowler will play first.
It's headed down the left side, needs to catch a piece.
Just a layup shot for Rickie here this morning. There's a front right hole location here, Mark, so he should have a good angle from there. Meanwhile, Ned, Koepka has to be careful with some overhanging trees down the right. It'll be Lowry to play before him, though.
Yeah, Brooks is trying to get the gallery in position, and they're kind of pointing at each other, and it's going to be Brooks actually to go ahead. This is dicey. Ball sitting down, but he has to keep it under the limbs of this hardwood out in front of him. Needs to carry it a good 125 yards. It's caught the second tree, went right through the center of the second tree.
Now Lowry from the left rough. Couple of guys out of position here.
No question. We're going to find out about this rough pretty early if these guys don't put it in the fairway. This Palmer Rye. Arnold Palmer Rye. It came out of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that overseed. Arnold Palmer had a great relationship with the Harris family that's run this club for 65 years. Ryan Fox just won on the PGA Tour on Sunday, and he has an early birdie in front of these guys, starting on the 10th. Just underway here on a Thursday morning in the 107th PGA Championship. We reference Koepka and all his success. Fowler's first win on the PGA Tour coming here. And Shane has 3 PGA Tour wins. He did win a team event on the PGA Tour last year with Rory McIlroy in New Orleans, but his last individual victory came 6 years ago at Royal Portrush. Certainly these guys have the firepower to contend no matter what week it is in men's professional golf. What do you think of the current conditions, Mark, after the rain we had in the forecast earlier in the week?
Well, these guys are used to putting their hand on it when it's soft like this, to be real honest. They play the ball up quite often on the big tour, the PGA Tour, and they're certainly not going to do it here. I think only one time in the history of this event have they ever been forced to use lift, clean, in place.
Yeah.
Just outside of 125 all the way to the flag for Koepka, and it may sound a little silly, but Mark, I feel like this is a critical shot for Brooks given all the wedge testing that he was doing.
There's a collection area over there, and one of the more undulated collection areas on the golf course.
Well, I told you we'd talk about those. They're just immaculately maintained. If you put a stimp meter reading on them, they're probably about 9, 10. They're fast.
That is not the miss, Ned.
Certainly not. Not the visual that Lowry wanted. He'd be looking 10 or 12 feet left here. Just inside of 120.
And now Fowler from the left side of the fairway.
And ball a little bit above his feet. Aim just inside the right of the green and let it come to the left.
Careful. Hold on. Ooh, I think Mother Nature was nice to him there. In softer conditions. That apron is one of the many aprons on the golf course this week that these players will have to contend with. Our colleague Ken Brown went out there and tried to give you an idea of what these players are dealing with.
One of the great features on a golf course are runoffs, areas around the greens that have been cropped tight so the ball runs off, not the thick fluffy stuff which the ball gets jammed up in. And Quail Hollow's got some absolute beauties. And there's a lot of the front of the greens, little bluffs that can catch the ball, slightly misjudge it, and the ball just keeps trickling, trickling, trickling. But look at the quality of the grass. I mean, you can do anything with that. You can do any club in the bag, any amount of spin, or putt it. And there's another beauty to the right of this green, down this right side. when you're down the fairway, you're thinking, I've got to be careful. I don't want to push it at all. So you push it a fraction, you can even finish on the green. The ball just trickles. I'll chuck one way up there. And look how it gets gathered off. It goes trundling down the slope. Down they come. This is a steep bank. And you're in all sorts of trouble. You only misjudge this shot by a fraction. The ball comes down here. And look what you're faced with. Not only have you gone into the rough, you've got to chip it up the bank. It's so easy with a fractional misjudgment, if you're careless, to take a double bogey. Keep your eye on the runoffs.
Looks like Rickie's ball did trundle back down there.
Yeah, we thought maybe it had stopped, but it still had some movement.
Rickie's actually hung up. Yeah, give it about 2 more tee times and it would have definitely milked down. Well,
graphical error there.
Brooks with putter, and this is the right play, especially early in the morning.
That is
right play, wrong weight.
That is not an uncommon thing to see the other 51 weeks of the year here at Quail Hollow. You can take out a wedge there, Mark, but it can come right back to your feet if you're not careful.
Well, keeping it on the ground, it's certainly more predictable. You don't have to judge the bounce.
Brooks, just to put a highlight on it, though, an exclamation point. That was a really poor wedge from the fairway for Brooks. It never even thought about capturing the green.
Well, you said it just a moment ago about how he put some new wedges in the bag. He's 32nd of 53 players that are tabulated in live and greens hit this year. So ball striking has been an issue for Koepka. Now it's Lowry, who's putted well, especially from this distance this year.
And this was just a gentle slider from left to right. Gauge the speed.
Steady par to start.
Two pretty big shots to get it home here this morning. In 2.
There's another replay of Brooks Koepka coming up this massive hill. Collecting speed as it goes up towards the hole. Now here's the par putt backward at back, and he's not in yet for bogey.
I walked this 10th hole yesterday with Brooks in a practice round, and we were talking about the practice green, whether it's prepared differently or it just grows differently. He was saying that he felt it was quite a bit slower than the greens on the golf course. So if that's the case, it would make sense that he ran it good 4 or 5 feet past there.
Maybe you shouldn't putt on it if it's slower.
That would be too simple, Mark.
Well, Ned said it. Ball somehow stayed in this position for Fowler. Later in the day, that's back where Brooks Koepka just putted from off the green. Instead, an uphill chance for birdie.
16 feet.
Hits that edge and doesn't go in.
He had a good ball striking week last week. His putter went cold on Sunday. Otherwise, he was probably ready for a top 5 finish.
And Mark, I said it in the opening, but it feels like these first 6 holes are going to be critical in different ways for each one of these players. Lowry, who's chomping at the bit to get a win. Koepka, who's trying to find his game a bit. And Fowler, who, as you said, hit it well last week, but the putter didn't cooperate in the end.
Par for Fowler and for Lowry, bogey for Koepka to start. go from the par 5 10th to the long par 4 11th at Quail Hollow.
.465 yards today. Just a nice sweeping dogleg left. We'll trust those numbers. It'll sound like a broken record, but you need fairway as often as possible here. Today's hole location, just past the center, just over that little ridge beyond those white arrows. You know these greens very well, since you play them quite often.
I do. They are 2 years old now and have held up quite well. They still, in fact, have a lot of firmness, a lot of fire in them with the sub-air system they have beneath them, even though we've had all this rain the last few days. It'll be Fowler to play first.
Drifting to the right ever so slightly.
Missing the fairway. Calm, peaceful conditions on a Thursday morning.
It'd be nice if that were the truth in their guts and in their brains too for the players. There's a beauty.
Now Koepka.
As I mentioned it, watched him on the range Tuesday and Wednesday, and with the big stick, he was throwing down train smoke. Just like this.
The 107th PGA Championship has started here at Quail Hollow Club on a Thursday morning in Charlotte, North Carolina. Few players already in red figures. Tee shots at the 11th. Lowry and Koepka playing cuts off those fairway bunkers, and Rickie Fowler just barely missing the fairway. And Mark, there is a first cut. That's just as you said as we were walking out on the golf course, just a couple of steps, and then it's the thick rough after that.
That would be called the step cut here. And it does vary in width a little bit. There's a couple of places where they have a lot of pitch in some of the fairways. They've actually been very fair to these players and made it a little wider. But generally speaking, it's about 5 or 6 feet wide. And it's cut just under an inch.
As for the thick rough, Mark, how, as you were watching out there the last couple of days, ability to advance it and control it up near the hole location, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think when it was dry, I don't think it presented near the test or problem that it does now, being as moist as it is, and certainly they haven't been able to top it off or cut it. So it started the week at 2.75 inches, almost 3 inches, and it'll grow. I mean, it's going to be very, very warm, and they will not cut it again. It's going to be more than a bit of bother for these guys. So again, very critical to be in the fairway. More so this week.
Group ahead of these guys, Alex Smalley, Sepp Straka, and Max McGreevy, still on that elevated green.
I will say this, you know, there's two schools of thoughts, or there's probably an infinite number of schools of thought about golf. But one thing this rough does, this overseed, it keeps you out of the trees a little bit more. Keeps you out of the pine straw, much like a place south of here.
A number of comparisons made this week about the condition of this golf course with the first major of the year at Augusta National Golf Club. As we see Sepp Straka up on the green, he just won on the PGA Tour on Sunday. Philly Cricket Club. Getting some bonus coverage here of Straka. However, is for bogey. Ned, what are your thoughts about the condition of Quail Hollow's course currently?
Essentially perfect. If we just could do away with a little bit of the rain. But I like all these runoff areas around the green. Mark and I hit some putts yesterday, and I think you can, as Ken Brown documented in that brownie point, I think you can go with your strength. I think, Mark, though, it's difficult to run the ball up because of the moisture short of the greens, and the greens are so firm, so it's kind of a dichotomy of approach shots.
I'd agree with that, Ned. We were talking about the wet, playing it down or playing it up. Obviously, they're going to play it down all week here. Some players are a little more sensitive to the mud ball theory, and it's real, but they get a little bit paranoid about it.
Hey. And Lowry will have a lengthy birdie attempt from the back of this 11th green.
And that was from 189 yards.
And now Fowler from the thick rough.
He does have some air behind the ball. He can get a club on this. 160 to get it to the front edge.
Sounded thick.
That's well done, Mark.
Yeah.
Just rolls back into that front apron collection area.
It was.
Koepka.
Just outside of 170, and this requires patience. Don't try to make up the bogey on 10 by attacking this whole location, and that's high IQ stuff right there.
Lengthy birdie attempts for Koepka and Lowry. Fowler short of the green in 2. From the PGA of America Coaching Center, powered by T-Mobile, where the PGA professional Natalie Sheehan is. Let's go to her on Rickie Fowler's swing.
Thanks, guys. So Rickie Fowler has changed his golf swing quite a bit over the last few years with his coach, Butch Harmon, and I'm going to show you a drill that you at home can use to help you in the same way. So I've got an alignment stick I'm going to place on the side of my club here, and I'm going to touch the left side of my body when I get set up. Rickie's old swing, he used to take the club way outside his hands and then get really laid off at the top. So you can see where that alignment stick is pointing out in front of me. And then he would have to steepen the club a lot coming down. What we can take away from this is we can practice getting to the top of our backswing and trying to get this alignment stick or the end of our club pointing at the alignment stick on the ground or on our target line at the top of our backswing, which he has done an amazing job of over the last few years. But this is a great drill you can use at home to get your backswing in a great spot to help you hit your best golf shots.
Thank you, Natalie. T-Mobile for Business, exclusive 5G solutions partner, as we take one more look at Fowler playing out of the rough.
You kind of want to get steep on this one. He tried to. You can see the water spray. They'd rather play it longer and dry. They'd rather it be an inch longer but dry than have the moisture. Trust me.
Rickie now ranked outside the top 100 in the world, so he had to receive a special invitation into the PGA Championship to continue that streak of consecutive starts in this event. It's now at 16. Did finish tied for 15th last week in Philadelphia, but that was his first top 15 finish of 2025, and now 10 starts on the PGA Tour.
Off an upslope here, relatively straightforward. It shouldn't move much either way. He's into the grain though.
Pretty nice rhythm right there. That'll work. I'd like to talk about briefly how firm these greens have remained after all this rain. While it makes it more difficult to stop those long approach shots, pitching and, you know, determining what the ball's going to do when it lands on the green, it's actually easier for these guys. They like a little firm because they want a very predictable bounce. And there's Bermuda-based greens. There's very little grain that everybody obsesses over, which is a real thing, but the grain is not that prevalent here. So this is a tough two-putt right here, believe it or not.
Yeah, if you weren't comfortable with your speed, this is not the one you want. Uphill, flattening out, and then away from you at the hole.
And that left for his par. It's Koepka, of course, making bogey at the first, using that putter 3 times, off of the green once and twice on it. That club has helped carry him to victory in this event 3 times in the last 7 years. And now Lowry just barely stayed on board here in the back of the 11th green.
Taylor, I don't know about you, but I find this 11th green to be surprisingly fast, deceptively fast from back to front. Even here where you're going uphill towards the hole, it just seems to skate a little bit farther than you might think.
Yeah, and well, you just said it, after Koepka's ball got past the hole, and now the same with Lowry. Once his ball gets past the hole, even near these hole locations, there's a ton of speed around them as Lowry's ready to step in here. Came so close last week in Philadelphia.
I mean, this thing's still almost 50 feet.
It was from 46 feet. Well judged. was tied with Sepp Straka going into the final round and through 15 holes, almost holed out for an eagle on the par 5 15th at Philadelphia Cricket Club last Sunday before making bogey at 16 and 18 and losing by 2, tied for second with Justin Thomas. And now Koepka for par.
Just watch the rhythm here. Noticed a little bit of a hit in some of his shorter strokes when we were out on the golf course yesterday.
Did you say anything to him?
You don't talk to big bad Brooks Koepka the week of a major about his putting stroke, Mr. Brooks. You know that.
Shane Lowry has a spectacular short game. Ned, if there's one thing that's been an issue for him the last few years when he's gotten around the lead, it's putting inside 5 feet. That was an issue last year at Royal Troon and a couple of different times as he's gotten close this year on the PGA Tour.
And it's interesting, if you look at his statistics, he hasn't missed inside of 3 feet all year. And then from 4 feet, scratchy, 5 feet, great. So it's inconsistent.
Steady start today. Nice up and down for Fowler as they go to the tree-lined par 4 12th. It's a beautiful look at the home hole at Quail Hollow, the par 4 18th. The hardest finishing holes in all of golf.
You ever hit it in that creek?
Not since 2 weeks ago. We go to the 12th.
Well, it's hard to call it a dog leg. It's slightly left to right, 468 yards. This drops about 20 yards downhill off the tee. It's going to get redundant. Unique fairway here. Man, that's a Sunday looking hole location right there. Taylor, right out of the box, back right. There will be some 3 putts here today.
And it's a much more challenging hole location than when it's in the front portion of this green. And in fact, this hole traditionally plays almost a stroke harder when it's back there in that back portion of the green. This hole and this golf course was designed by George Cobb and opened in 1961. And Arnold Palmer redesigned 4 holes in the 80s. Tom Fazio has come in several times to make some alterations in the last 30 years. Ned, this hole has never been touched. And if you play it, you wouldn't want it to be. It's beautiful in the lowest part of the golf course.
You said it all when you said it, Taylor.
That looked to be something between a driver and a fairway metal.
He has that mini driver in play this week. Carries at 295, he told me.
Well, we're going to find out very soon, because that's what that was.
Mark, it was interesting last week in press conference. Shane talked about his driver. He's not hitting it very far. He said he's outside the top 140 in distance. But it's going where I'm looking.
Coach.
Skirting through that big tree on the left, and we'll have to be rather precise with that next one.
Start it down the left side for Koepka. And it's not coming back. It's just headed left.
That is a difficult place to play from at the 12th. Ryan Fox, 2 early birdies in front of our group in the 107th PGA Championship. Ryan Fox from New Zealand just won on the PGA Tour in Myrtle Beach on Sunday, and he's the early leader on a Thursday morning in the 107th PGA Championship just a moment ago at the par 3 13th. How about the chip in to win on Sunday night, beating Quail Hollow member Mackenzie Hughes and Harry Higgs to win on the PGA Tour.
Yeah, that was amazing. And it's well deserved. He's played a lot of really good golf the last few years. He's popped up in the majors. Been a factor a couple times. That was a very quick putt down that green at the 13th. I want the gold one.
Yeah, the gold one from Fowler is where you want to play from, especially when this hole location is in the back right. Lowry in the rough could have an opening. Brooks Koepka, more issues further over to the left. Rickie is popular everywhere he goes now at 36 years old. From California, lives in South Florida with his wife, Allison, and his children, Maya and Nellie.
Well, the good news down here is everybody has an opening and everybody has a pretty good lie.
You know what else? Everybody has a rangefinder. There it is. Let's use that thing.
It's funny, isn't it? Some players will use them, some won't.
Habits hard to break.
166.
It's the amazing amount, of technology they'll trust, and then doubt those quite accurate rangefinders. They'll trust a machine to work on their path.
Yeah, 64 and left of it, Rick. Yeah, I mean, in Southwest, I know there's nothing, but it's supposed to be like this. So, I mean, there's no wind. Okay, it's playing the number. You're trying to hit it. Yep, trust it.
Well, my rangefinder said 167 to the hole for Rickie Fowler. Give it 3 for the uphill, 170 all in. It's a little left.
And deep.
Little gust of wind right there. You could feel it when the ball apexed.
That is the mistake you do not want to make here with that hole location. Be a difficult third. You said he had an opening, Ned. Here's Lowry.
And thin grass around the ball. Landed 10 or 12 paces on and let it run to the back of the green.
Just like that. Well done.
And Koepka stepping in. Has to go up and over a tree. 140 is the landing number. 45 to the hole. Right back into the sun.
Off of the green into the rough. Typically don't get an opening like that from over there.
Sound like you've been there before.
And there could be some divots around that area.
Man, it looked like Rickie had a lot of club going in there.
And meanwhile, for Koepka, as Ned said in his open just a few minutes ago, it's been a struggle with the full swing for Brooks this year, and not just this year, Mark. You go back to when you and I were together at Oak Hill 2 years ago. He was on top of the world, winning the PGA Championship for the 3rd time, but he has been outside the top 10 in his last 7 majors, and he doesn't have a top 25 in a didn't have one last year in any of the majors.
A little hard to figure. Like I said, he's definitely dealt with some physical issues, as well as a lot of outside noise with his move to the other tour.
And because of that move to Live Golf, he's now ranked 354th in the world, which he doesn't get world ranking points over there. He only gets world ranking points in 4 events a year, this one included.
Well, that's truly laughable. They have a system. They got to figure something out. They have to have something to measure these players by to get them to try to get the best players in these big fields.
And they decided to give Rickie Fowler an exemption, and he got one last week. A signature event on the PGA Tour, and had his best finish of the year. He's going to have to show off his short game here, Ned.
He sure is, Taylor. And unfortunately for Rickie, right where he's standing is where he'd like to land this pitch shot, but there are a couple of sprinkler heads. So that option taken away from Rickie, so he's going to have to go up top and try to carry this on the green with a little bit of loft.
Well, Brooks is definitely in a more advantageous position if you were going to miss the screen.
And they're just waiting for the players on the adjacent tee box over at 13 to play away.
Yeah, Brooks Koepka's looking at the 13th tee, which is some 20 yards away from him. Max McGreevy, Alex Smalley, and Sepp Straka, there they are. There's Sepp.
That's new territory over there, isn't it, Taylor?
Yeah, just in the last 2 years, building that new par 3 13th tee. Shut the course down 2 summers ago, Ned, and resurfaced the greens and built that tee box.
In his heyday, Brooks Koepka was so good at these little shots. Still is. You know, Mark, he plays it with that kind of shut-faced, steep angle of attack, puts it back in his stance, and pinches right down on it.
No doubt about his technique's good.
That is a popular thing to happen from that spot. You go anywhere near the hole and it runs all the way down to the front of the green, if not off of it. So it's a common mistake, Mark.
Just caught it really high in the face, which you're apt to do out of that stuff, but it's a pretty lazy swing. I mean, this stuff's pretty thick. Maybe a little more aggressive action and send it a little more up in the air. But you're right, it's well out of position. Really bad spot to put it.
Lowry was able to control his approach shot so well to give himself a chance here for birdie.
A little bit of a double breaker as well. Feels like it's downhill, but it actually will slow a bit at the hole.
Great read by Michaels, great effort by Lowry. Should result in another par. And now Rickie for par.
An unforced error there from the center of the fairway between clubs, I'm sure, out there. And Brooks' third putt in a row from about this distance. Tidy up and down there.
Especially being out of position off of the tee. The guy in the fairway made bogey. The guys in the left rough made par. Lowry still at even. Fowler and Koepka now one over. Just a moment ago, back on the 11th hole. 2015 PGA champion Jason Day. One of the best in the world with that club in his hands, chipping in for birdie. The clubhouse at Quail Hollow Club. Front lawn and that beautiful entrance to this terrific club and membership here in Charlotte, North Carolina, hosting the PGA Championship for a second time. Had it in 2017. Ryan Fox, the Kiwi, birdies the short four, the par 4 14th. And Alex Noren just finished the par 3 4th in his 2 under. Meanwhile, our 3 are at the par 3 13th.
Captain Donald going along nicely. 205 yards today, slightly up the hill. This is a tough green to figure out. There's a very substantial false front. You see the arrows on the right will even gather that ball back off the green. Man, 3 is a good score today. Anything right past the hole a little bit would be really the prudent play here. Short is no bueno.
This is the group in front. Sepp Straka.
I mean, honestly, the left short bunker wouldn't be that bad there to this whole location.
How about the year that Sepp Straka is having? Number 2 in the PGA Tour standings behind Rory McIlroy. 2 wins this year.
Ryder Cup lock.
European Ryder Cup lock, even though he has an accent not so dissimilar to the 3 broadcasters this morning.
That's true.
Straka was born in Austria and moved at a young age to Georgia and now lives in Alabama. McGreevy. Max is 1 under to start the day. Alex Smalley. 156 players in the field, including 20 Corebridge Financial Club professionals. 99 of the top 100 started the week in the field. Billy Horschel was the only one that didn't come to the property due to injury. Sahith Theegala, oh my goodness, look at that. Theegala this morning also withdrew. So now we have 98 of the top 100. Ned was mentioning this new tee box, Mark. They used it in the PGA Tour event last year for the first time, but 8 years ago it was over there on to the left of the 12th green, and now cleared out some trees and built the tee box over here to the right. What do you think about this angle compared to the old one?
Well, it's probably a more generous angle actually into this, the way this green is shaped. With the runoffs and the swales, it's actually a better play angle in my opinion. And it doesn't feel that uphill. It's not like an annoyingly uphill shot.
Might not be the most comfortable look for Shane, who likes to peel them from left to right. Center of the green here and grab the putter.
No, it's got to be deeper.
A little right.
It's not intended to stay right there.
It will not stay right there.
All right. So gravity did its thing.
Well, it's interesting. Down here by the teeing ground, the wind feels into and out of the left. But when Shane was hitting, it was on the green showing right to left.
Good spot right there. Three's a good score here every day.
A couple of seasons ago, 2023, when Rickie Fowler had reclaimed his swing and found the winner's circle again, he was one of the best in terms of par 3 performance. Made a bunch of pars and scattered in a few birdies. This season, he seems to short side himself quite often on the par threes. This one way up into the sky.
To the left of that bunker in the thick rough. Quail Hollow Club opened its doors 65 years ago, and they've had big events ever since. Back here with our featured group coverage this morning on ESPN Plus for the 107th PGA Championship here in Charlotte. Brooks Koepka is a three-time PGA champion. There are only 3 people in the history of this event that have won it more times than Koepka has. Jack Nicklaus won it 5 times. So did Walter Hagen. Tiger Woods won it 4 times. Gene Sarazen and Sam Snead also had. Koepka certainly has been the modern day conqueror of this event, winning at Belle Reve in St. Louis 7 years ago. Following year at Bethpage Black. 2 years ago at Oak Hill in Rochester, New York. Koepka's on the green putting for birdie. It'll be Lowry whose ball came to a stop here at the bottom of that apron, Ned.
And plenty of green with which to work. Everything uphill and then chasing down towards the flag.
Such soft hands on those shots, but that came up shorter than he would have preferred.
I think he too was looking for that little chase out at the end, and it just kind of grabbed and threw down the nails.
Not so dissimilar to Augusta National, Ned. When you're below the hole, it is dramatically uphill. When you're above it, you have to be careful.
Rickie not wasting any time. The lie is good enough. But Mark Brooks, that's what I'm talking about. He seems to short side himself more often on the par threes, and he's going to pay the price here.
Well, that's not that dissimilar to the shot he just had on the previous hole. Thought it was going to come shooting out. It did not.
What do you notice here?
Not enough speed, for one. It's just he thought it was going to come out quick.
Now Koepka for birdie.
Pretty ho-hum par. This group's not got a lot of energy at the moment.
And I will say we have waited, with the exception of the opening tee shot, we have waited every step of the way.
I definitely was paying attention to that when they were back there on this tee box. They're moving along at a funereal pace at the moment.
That's too many syllables for this early in the morning.
It must have been that barbecue you ate last night. I have to look that one up.
Well, we had the best hosts in town, that's for sure.
An hour and 4 minutes so far as they are here on this 4th hole they've played. Fowler from the fringe.
Pretty sloppy bogey there. That was not that difficult to pitch. He knows it.
Won in Detroit on the PGA Tour for a 6th time in his career 2 years ago, but struggled to find that form since. Now Shane Lowry has been a popular pick each week he has teed it up, given the consistent form he has shown us all year, and now ranked 10th in the world.
This one might lie to you a little bit. Wants to go right to left, but the back edge of that front bunker will hold it, and it might not break as much as you think.
I was thinking about inviting Ned to play with me in an event here in the future. Now I want him to caddy for me.
We can make both of those happen.
Was read perfectly, and now each of these players has given up at least a shot so far in these first 4 holes. But there are chances at birdie coming up. Fowler with consecutive bogeys to fall to 2 over. And then Koepka bogeyed 10 and parred 11 and 12. Now a par at 13. The easiest 2-hole stretch on the golf course is coming up, 14 and 15. So maybe some birdies ahead, Brooksy.
Well, they gave him a good chance at 14 today. I suspect they're going to be waiting on this next tee box a little bit too. Maybe they can regroup, but it's only going to be 311 yards today. And down the hill.
I love a drivable par 4 at a major championship, especially one that comes so late in the course. Saturday and Sunday, everyone will start on the 1st, and a lot of risk reward here.
Well, that 62.4% will go up dramatically today, I would suspect. That was a 3-wood.
And there are the numbers from 8 years ago in August in hotter, faster conditions. There is a collection area in front of the green with everything sloping towards the green. Mark, you're really just trying to land it in that area, right? And let it gravity take over?
Anything inside that top bunker there in our screen, meaning to our right, golfers left of that bunker. The lake's in play if you dramatically tug it. They've kind of been forced. These guys need. Now they really, you hate to overemphasize the cliche, but they kind of all need to make 3 here. They might employ wave up here, Ned.
I would like to think so.
Yeah, maybe not.
They are putting up on the green. Smalley, Straka, and McGreevy. It's a fantastic place to watch the PGA Championship from anywhere around this 14th hole from either side of the lake. You have the par 5 15th in front of on the other side of this hole, and then what they call the green mile 16, 17, and 18 on the other side of the lake. Plenty of bass for Ned Michaels to catch down there too.
Well, fishing derby, I can caddy for you. Can I also, are you the kind of guy who doesn't like to bait his own hook or get the fish off?
No, I can do that. That is a look from the 16th green on the other side to the 14th green here.
And Koepka ready to roll. By my count, 18 practice swings. Some cross-handed and some split grip. I'm not sure we're feeling great about things.
It's going left, Ned. It is. We'll have to see if it stayed up as it landed on the green, but there is a large amount of rough right in front of the penalty area's red line, but that had a lot of movement in it.
Down breeze, just a little breeze. This shot's playing a little under 300 yards.
And it feels like it's left to right up here on the tee.
Fantastic, cutting it off of that bunker and putting himself in great position to make birdie.
There is a nice strip of primary rough just short of the water over there. Brooks could have hung up.
Mini driver for Rickie.
Showing hung right. Not a great angle to this hole location at all.
Ryan Fox is 3 under through 6. Rory McIlroy birdies his first hole in the PGA Championship. Ryan Fox, a good start. Defending champion Xander Schauffele with a birdie at the par 5 10th. And current Masters champion Rory McIlroy also with a birdie over there at 10. Scottie Scheffler parred that hole. The top 3 players in the game also playing on ESPN Plus this morning, which you can watch.
I'm sure Scottie's panicking.
Koepka's ball landing on the green. Lowry just short of the green. And Fowler, as you said, that is a tough place to play from. I know Ned will try to get a look to see if Koepka's ball stayed up over there. That's a look at Rickie's ball.
Well, the good news for Rickie is he's actually got a perfect little lie here in the bunker, kind of perched up on a tee. So he can put some spin on it, carry it a long way. And if he wanted to just dump it and run it, he has that option available as well.
That's in the Spruce Pines 55 sand.
It's a sand you see in some other places that are quite special.
One of 61 bunkers on this golf course.
Can report that Brooks Koepka stayed out of the water, stayed up in the grass. Will be playing his second.
That's a great break.
Rickie has the dreaded 50-yarder. Some relief knowing there's a little rough back there if it happened to come out a little hot.
Practiced this exact shot this morning.
Better rip it.
It's all about guts and commitment.
Very well done right there. Carried it about 40 yards.
What club are you using from 40 yards away?
Out of a bunker?
Yes.
Probably a 55, 56 degree.
So you see players take less than 60 degree from that range and use a gap wedge or even a sand wedge. And as Ned said, this is where Koepka's ball is. Great break.
And Mark, here's where he can use that firmness of the greens to his advantage.
Pretty average for Brooks.
I'm going to give that an A-. Hole high, Brooksy. What do you think?
His standards? C+.
Said the PGA champion.
I suspect Shane's going to roll this. And he is one great pitcher of the golf ball.
Well, Mark, don't have anyone accuse us of not doing our homework, because you and I hit this exact putt several times yesterday.
I think our imaginary hole location was slightly left of this one.
It'll roll nicely through this tightly mowed fringe area.
So while you're passing out grades, what are you giving that one?
What do you think, Mark? I'm going to give that a B+ because at least he's coming back up the hill with his next putt.
I'm still in the C's.
You're accumulating stress. You know every step of the way.
They're
right?
accumulating stress because they make 2 more swings and they face the green mile.
true words.
You'd be more comfortable headed into that stretch 1 or 2 under par opposed to where they currently sit. All right.
It's a tough read right here. I've looked at it a couple different ways. I think it's going to go to the right.
Sure did.
Well, you said it, the par 5 10th can give you an opportunity at a birdie. 11, 12, and 13 are challenging. 14 and 15 are birdie holes. And then, as you called it, the green mile, 16, 17, and 18, one of the toughest finishing stretches in golf. Which is why Brooks Koepka needs to make this, Ned.
His head, the shadow of his head covering the flag, and he can just put it on his shoulder line of that shadow.
What a big break to stay on land off of the tee. You have to take advantages of those breaks, Brooksy, and he does.
Mark, do you think it's an advantage to start on the second 9 on the 10th hole today versus over on the 1st?
I do not. I don't think I don't think it really matters, but I don't think it's an advantage. They're not taking advantage of it.
They certainly are. It's a giant missed opportunity for Lowry to stay at 1 over. Especially with that hole location this morning, one of the more gettable hole locations on the 14th hole.
Well, just to let you know, it'll update in a second, but prior to this, we've had 2 eagles, 5 birdies, and only 3 pars.
It's been the easiest hole in the course.
Well, more birdies than pars. It's just a really tough par 3 today.
They walk up the hill to the 15th tee. One of 3 par 5s on the course. Ryan Fox continues to lead at 3 under par. And Rory McIlroy just a couple of groups behind these guys. Off to a good start this morning. Here at Quail Hollow, nobody feels more at home than Rory McIlroy. In 2010, Rory secured his first career PGA Tour win here in impressive fashion. His 62 to close on Sunday broke the course record. 5 years later, in 2015, he wasn't done. Rory broke his own course record with a 61 in the 3rd round. The scorecard is in the pro shop. Set tournament records, finishing at 21 under and winning by 7. 2021 is in the midst of the longest worldwide winless drought of his career. No better place to end it than right here with victory. And last year, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Rory used 2 eagles and 5 more birdies on Sunday to win by 5. In the last 30 years, only 2 players have won 5 times at a single venue. Tiger Woods has done it 6 different places, and Phil Mickelson's done it at Pebble Beach. Now it's Rory's turn to try and join that exclusive club. We referenced the birdie to start at the 10th. McIlroy, Scheffler, and Schauffele all playing the 10th, but McIlroy did just bogey the 11th. Falls back to even. Just 6 in the history of the sport. And a text message from Tiger Woods after Rory won the Masters said, "Welcome to the club, kid." That had to feel pretty special.
I wouldn't know.
You would know about the getting great messages after winning this, though. Hear from anyone fun back in 1996 after you beat your buddy Kenny Perry?
Yeah, my wife.
Any celebrities, presidents, or anyone like that? Fowler trying to cut it off these trees here at 15, and looks like he's done it.
That's perfect.
This was Lowry just before that.
I'm still thinking.
Of who contacted you?
I got a few notes.
It's well back. And Brooks Koepka. It's the side view angle of his tee shot there at 15. Koepka is in the fairway. That was a big tee ball from Brooks, hit at 319. A couple of them will have a chance to go for the green here at the par 5 15th. PGA Junior League is bringing friends, families, and communities together through golf, all with expert PGA and LPGA coaching. Find a team near you at PGAJuniorLeague.com. With 1996 PGA champion Mark Brooks, I'm Taylor Zarzer. Ned Michaels on the golf course on this beautiful Thursday morning. Our feature group this morning: Shane Lowry, Rickie Fowler, and Brooks Koepka. Lowry 1 over, Fowler at 2 over, and Brooks Koepka just made birdie and now is even par. Trying to send it over the corner of this lake, and excellent tee shots by all three of them there.
You can see those numbers they have left. They can all reach the surface. You know this whole location, Taylor. Front right. How is it in that front right bunker? I mean, excuse me, the front center bunker.
It's a good place to play from, Mark, to that whole location. There's a collection area between the front center bunker and the right bunkers where everything feeds towards the hole. So
not bad there either.
Not bad there. You just said it. We've seen eagles and birdies on 14. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case here today, too. These are the scoring holes on the course today.
It's a pretty small sample size at this point.
Yeah, just 5 players played it, but 3 of them birdied it.
I'm gonna let you explain how we ended up with a. Do we have a twosome? A pair?
I don't think the last player score has been tabulated yet from the group that just finished, but
You asked if I got any notes after I won the PGA.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I got. Tiger didn't have my. He didn't have my phone number then. So. I got some from Mr. Hogan, Mr. Nicklaus, and a few others. My wife framed a couple of those, so I have them.
Here it is, back in 1996 at Valhalla. Best moment of your terrific career. Led the PGA Tour in total starts.
I led least strokes that week.
Yes, you did. Beating Kenny Perry at Valhalla. And as you say, sudden victory playoff.
You see that tight little draw to that right hole location that found the bottom?
You felt good about that one, didn't you?
I have seen that one a few times. 260.
Now they have an aggregate playoff in the PGA.
They're still pretty sudden death.
A little wind whipping through Lowry's shirt now, Ned.
That's helping and off of the left. My math, with 8 yards uphill, it needs about 245 to cover the front edge. That was just a missed strike there, Mark. And Fowler carries his 5-wood, 255. My math says 256 covers the bunker. Again, it plays 8 yards uphill. The wind, he was counting on the wind. It didn't push it to the right.
We'll have a lot of green to work with over there, but wanted to take better advantage of the tee shot. Now Koepka.
I believe we got the signal for a 3-iron, which is a lot of club. Carries it 250 yards. That was a motley crew of golf swings right there, gentlemen.
Wow. You want to elaborate?
It's sort of shocking, honestly. I mean, in the middle of the fairway, you take these 3 world-class players, and
it's wet. They all thought they had mud on their ball. Side hill lie. No one's clicking yet. I'm trying to go with the excuses. I didn't like their yardage.
Brooksy.
Too much wind.
Brooksy, the yardages were perfect for 2 of them. There was no mud on the ball. I inspected each one of them. So give me that old school Mark Brooks gritty glass half empty take on those.
I just gave it to you. They went through a laundry list of excuses. They didn't. They're not. Nobody's crying out there.
is the current situation for the 3 that we're watching. Ryan Fox playing in front of these guys. 3 under through his first 7 leads. Luke Donald, Alex Noren, Patrick Fishburne, Max Gracerman all at 2 under. Some world-class players behind that. Xander Schauffele, John Rahm. Past champions Jason Day and Padraig Harrington 1 under. Rory McIlroy, birdie, bogey, par start, is even through his first 3 holes.
Captain Donald. Captain Luke going nicely. Captain Keegan Bradley birdied his opening hole.
And just a reminder, you can follow 4 different feature groups and feature holes live on ESPN Plus. There's McIlroy, Schauffele, and Scheffler. There's another player. That's Xander over the green at 12. That's well done. Mickelson, Fleetwood, and Day out there too. Rahm with an early birdie playing with Cantlay and Fitzpatrick, and then the Green Mile feed. 16, 17, and 18 will be a fun one to follow to see how each of the 156 players play the toughest 3-hole finishing stretch, at least on an annual basis, on the PGA Tour, which would include the PGA Championship when it's here.
I believe only 3 players in 17 played it under par for the week. It's a tough stretch.
Scotty Scheffler just made birdie at 12, so he's back to even par with McIlroy. Schauffele at 1 under.
So I guess Scotty can calm down.
Yeah, he never gets too agitated.
It'll be Lowry first here. And he caught a good break. He's on the front end of a tire track, so plenty of ball exposed. He can fly it all the way to the green if he wants, or he can hit something low and take advantage of the slope that chases past the bunker. Almost like he wasn't committed there, Mark.
I would agree. Just came out fluffy.
Fowler also in the thick rough, at least just right up against it, Ned.
This just needs to settle a little bit. Beautiful. Just beautiful.
It's just a really bad leave on the second.
Speaking of challenging leaves, what's going on with Brooks Koepka here, Ned?
Well, he's caught I think it's going to be a break in the end. He's in a wire trench where they've run some of the cables here out on the golf course, and so he's called for an official. And by my estimation, I'm not a rules official, just putting that out there, but he will get relief. I'd be surprised if he didn't. Meanwhile, it looks like Lowry has putter out.
Let's see if Shane goes ahead and plays while Brooks waits on that.
Oh, no, he doesn't. He's going to pitch this. A little surprised after putting it back on 14.
Do you see any difference in the decision making there on those last 2 shots? What would result in the club selection?
Well, for one, he was downhill all the way to the putting surface on 14. So no grain to deal with there. As you know, it's got a little up ramp to go over, and he's such a good pitcher, and these lies are immaculate. He left himself one I don't love right now, since I don't really play golf anymore, but downhill slider from about 3.5 feet.
Koepka now 35 years old, 5-time major champion, winning the U.S. Open twice, winning this event 3 times.
Younger than Rory McIlroy.
Yeah, Rory just turned 36 last week.
Looked like it came out hot. You can see the speed of the collars here. They're cut quite tightly. There's very little difference in the speed of the actual collar that's right against the green and these closely mown areas. Approaches is what they're termed.
Just an observation, you know, the megawatt trio that went out, world number 1, 2, and 3 in that featured group. It almost feels like they've sucked the energy out of the golf course. We're over here and it feels like the 8 a.m. homeroom class. It's just nobody wants to get their head off the desk. The gallery not giving it much.
Ooh, I just had some flashbacks.
We need a spark, Mark. That's what we need.
Start right here.
This one's definitely holeable. Up the hill and just fades right to left from his toes to his heels.
Kind of hard to believe nobody in this group got anything under 10 feet for birdie from where those 3 tee shots were.
Well, this one for Rickie, this is a stroke tester and a confidence builder because it's essentially right up the fall line. If you hit it with right pace anywhere inside the hole, left or right side, and it'll go down.
Oh boy. A little salve for the wounds.
Let's see if that puts some pep in his step as he goes to the green mile.
Mark, you said this one for Shane Lowry you didn't particularly envy because you haven't been playing much. I'd venture to guess he's not too excited about it either. It was a clumsy little pitch shot, quite frankly.
Yeah, and it's outside 5 feet.
And straight down the hill.
We're all surprised by that start after great play we've seen from Shane recently. Now 2 over par. Fowler improves to 1 over and Koepka remains even. And they walk way back to the 16th tee. Create that new tee box created last year for the PGA Tour's annual stop to try to bring that fairway bunker that's 300+ yards away from them into play, and Rory McIlroy flew it all 4 days in tournament competition as he would go on to win by 5. It is the beginning of the Green Mile.
Well, I'm not going to do the math, but it's only 5:35 today. the math on see if it's really a mile.
And then 17, all those double bogeys lurking around that big lake. And that creek comes into play throughout the 18th. Second toughest 3-hole finish at the PGA Championship in the last 20 years. If you include the PGA Tour, though, it's the toughest 3-hole finishing stretch on an annual basis. I would imagine these guys are aiming left of that bunker, Brooksy.
Well, it's almost 340 to carry, and they should not be laying down the breeze today. They're going to call it 333. Left of the bunkers leaves you a relatively long shot. Today's hole location, that's accurate. It's back left. No other way to say it. 4 is a good score here. And with these fairways being soft, I mean, it certainly makes it easier to hit these fairways. I'm going to go on a rant here in a minute about defending this golf course. And
oh, I love that. I can't wait to hear that. Now, Ned, when the hole location is in the back left portion, some people like to go right of the fairway, but there's a big thing called the Green Mile Club they built for you that's in the way this week.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to do that today. You're going to have to keep it in the short grass as the hole was intended to play. Kind of like that.
It actually bounced and rolled out about 7 or 8 yards.
It's a very good sign, isn't it?
You know, the drive that Brooks hit on 14, he got a bit of fortune to stay out of the water, but it wasn't far from where he was looking, and then he thumped one back on 15. Good swing here, and he might have a little momentum.
Seems to like it.
Shane was marching his way up to the tee box, and he and his bag man were having a conversation, and Shane just said, let's not have that as an excuse today.
You're referring to Darren Reynolds, his caddy and good buddy, and there's a draw from Lowry, also into the fairway at the beginning of the Green Mile, the last 3 holes on the course at Quail Hollow Club. Just a few miles from downtown Charlotte. That's Bank of America Stadium, where the Carolina Panthers play.
The greens are green. The fairways are green. The jacket or a few of them, is green. The mile is green. 16, 17, and 18 at Quail Hollow. The money they win for hitting a tiny white ball is green. The losers will be green with envy, and the winners will leave the green expanse of grass behind the gates of this place, reflecting in the mirrored sterling silver of a trophy strapped into the front seat like a friend.
Beautiful words of Wright Thompson talking about this beautiful place, Quail Hollow Club.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
Ryan Fox off to a good start. European Ryder Cup captain Luke Donald and some of his potential players are right there at 2 under, and defending champion Xander Schauffele is 1 under par to start. Scottie Scheffler and Rory McIlroy playing with Schauffele are both even par. The group we watch on the 16th, Brooks Koepka at even, Rickie Fowler at 1 over, Shane Lowry at 2 over par. Mark Brooks, what would you like to say about Quail Hollow Club here in Charlotte?
Well, for one, I'm a little tired of hearing the people have been hating on it, beating on it, talking about the identity of the PGA. It's notoriously has the toughest field, the strongest field, going as far back as you want to go. And this golf course, but Kerry Haig's job is to present a stern, tough, and fair test and try to identify the best player this week. Arguably the best player in the world. And this field is world represented. And it is a fantastic test. Every club in the bag. We have reachable par 4s. Every element you want for championship golf. The other thing is that the leadership and membership at this club are staunch supporters of all things golf, whether it's professional, amateur, or growing the game, which is an often abused term. They're passionate about the game here, and I think the criticisms are unwarranted, unfair, and beyond unnecessary. So you can't ask for a better presentation than this.
Amen, my friend.
That bunker you see up in front of Lowry is 190-ish to the front edge, so call it 200 for Shane.
227 all the way back to this whole location.
And that was aggressive.
Needed one more there, Ned. Just checked up on the very front edge.
It's a 5-iron now for Brooks. Ball above his feet, has to be a little careful that he doesn't tug this left.
Unfortunate little hop off a irrigation control head there. Propelled it another 10 or 15 feet away from the surface. It's fine. It's okay.
He's figured out the driver, but still working through those approaches. Ricky Romano is Rickie Fowler's bag man.
Our spots playing like 202. Yeah, right now it's probably not enough club. You have to hit a perfect one. If you didn't quite catch it, it could land, you know, first, third, and just stop. You know what I mean? It's probably just a shot with 5, just right at it, isn't it? I mean, 204 the hole, that's playing 210 to flag to the pin, at least. Okay, good. Yeah, I like it.
Rickie hasn't found a green yet today with an iron from the fairway except at the 10th, and that one was even questionable. Just make your 4 here, Mark. If you're Rickie, get it to the center of the green and 2-putt. It's a 5-iron.
Picked the right one there.
Yeah, that was well thought out and well executed.
I was going to say that the most important one is which Rickie really believes is the right club there.
Romano has been doing a lot of encouragement to Fowler in recent weeks, trying to pump him up a little bit, and it worked right there.
Well, sometimes you might have challenged their manhood a little bit.
It's a beautiful spot on the golf course, and
that is one gorgeous lake, let me tell you.
Yeah, there are a number of great collection areas to watch a bunch of golf out here at Quail Hollow, but you were referencing the leadership and the commitment to not only championship golf, but all levels of golf. And in the last decade, Mr. Harris, president of this club, Tom Fazio, who has come in and done a lot of work to the golf course, and the leadership here decided to make a significant change to this hole. The hole used to run far to Rickie Fowler's right. It was a tree line hole, and instead they created a new hole on this lake so that you could see 5 holes in one spot and watch all of this action from here. On the other side of that lake is the 15th hole. This is a look from the back of the green. That's the 14th hole over there on the other side. And then, of course, just to the left of our screen is the 17th, with those double-decker hospitality areas that have been built around one of the toughest par 3 finishing holes in the game. And then 18th, of course, goes up back to the clubhouse. But they created a stage for championship golf here. That's what they did, and it delivers each time they come.
And the spectator is foremost of mind.
A little bit of a bad break, as you mentioned, to clip off one of those irrigation heads, but right uphill into the breeze.
He's had that shot on each side of that lake so far today and executed it well.
All right, we're going A there.
I'm in agreement.
Solid A. Those are a little more awkward, but that technique was perfect, including how he distributed his weight into the hill there. Awesome. Textbook.
Mark, would have almost rather had Brooks's pitch shot there than Shane's putt.
It's only 86 feet, according to our measurement instruments.
Last year on the PGA Tour, the longest putt made was right around 90 feet, Ryan Fox. And then until a couple of weeks ago, longest putt made this year was also right around 90 feet, and it was Ryan Fox. Well, the thing you have to gauge here is the speed at the hole, because that's where it's going to do most of the braking.
Totally agree. Get the overall break right, too.
Not bad. This green has a lot of movement in it. Only 10 years old now. The old green was up near where the 17th tee is. Now Fowler putting for birdie.
And again, I don't have it doing a whole lot. Maybe right edge.
Be like stealing one here.
Fowler remains one over.
Very well played hole right there, though. Just outside 7 feet.
Think about the last 4 holes on the green for Lowry. Missed the one at 15. Couldn't convert at 14. 13 got away from him.
I'm sure he's aware of that. Hope he's not thinking about it.
I have to say, Ned, this is the most surprising start of anyone on the golf course now, given the way that he's been playing.
Well, you didn't start the show by saying, ladies and gentlemen, this Shane Lowry might be your champion. Like I did. So I'm really surprised.
It's very early in the championship. I will say that.
Well, remember 2018 United States Open. Through 7 holes on Friday, Koepka was 7 over par. And he went on to win. So to your point, Mark Brooks, there's plenty of golf to be played.
Is that right? 7 over par.
About that, isn't that crazy?
It's right up there with people that make quads on the first hole of a tournament and end up winning.
Tom Kim did that in this state, in Greensboro, winning on the PGA Tour. Koepka with an up and down and remains at even. He is scrambling, isn't he, to stay at even par.
No pictures on the scorecard.
Last week, Tommy Fleetwood had another top 10 finish in the United States. In fact, he has 40 top 10 finishes on the PGA Tour. That's the most of anyone that's never won in North America. Fleetwood is off to a hot start here on Thursday morning. Here at 14.
Same putt Rickie Fowler had. Solved the puzzle.
And now for 3 in a row back at the par 5 15th just a moment ago.
And I'm going to tell you, Tommy Fleetwood is proof how hard it is to win on the PGA Tour. He is a great player.
Matches Ryan Fox at 3 under par.
I get kids coming to the Bay, they want to know how to hit an iron. I said, go watch Tommy Fleetwood.
Controlled finish.
Oh, it's so good.
Fleetwood is currently the 13th ranked player in the world.
I'd put him in the top 2 or 3 iron players.
Schauffele 1 under. Scotty Scheffler and Rory McIlroy in that same grouping as they play the 14th are even par. This is a look right in front of the Green Mile Club down at the hole. And here is a virtual look, Mark, of this big par 3.
Well, it's only 227 yards today. I know we've seen this hole a lot. Familiarity does not lead to contempt in this case. This is an awesome par 3. It's actually decided many, many championships. Back hole location today. A little bit on the left. It's probably a friendly hole location actually on this green.
It's fine. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to get too aggressive.
That's the Green Mile Club we were talking about, right behind Rickie.
It's virtually the same shot he just had. I know it's a little bit downhill, but almost identical shot he just had on the 16th.
I'm like at 205 shot right now. Yeah, I don't think you can go wrong with 210, but I like focusing in on that 205. Okay.
Well, you gave him 210 on the last hole, and he hit it 205. So
I might have given him the exact same shot, just like you said, Mark.
I mean,
that was the best swing he's made all day.
Don't complicate things.
Yeah, 227 downhill, 7, 220. That's 5-iron on the way out to the right. Not coming back home.
No.
That will be a popular spot all week.
210 there, okay, 2 marks slightly there, and this is perfect. 3/4, 5, good too. Yep, 320.
Ned, how far over that greenside bunker do you want to land this, you think?
Anywhere over it will work. If you're trying to get it close, 10 paces. This is an enormously important swing for Brooks. And it looks like he's delivered a beauty.
Hang in there.
Just hung up.
It's still moving.
Just didn't hang up. That's what we thought happened to Rickie's Fowler's ball on the first hole today, 10.
It's 2 hours later now, right? A little warmer.
You said that. A little less dew on the ground.
Walking over to the tee here, Shane was blowing his nose and wiping his eyes. So what we heard on the way to the 16th tee of let's not use that as an excuse, maybe some type of allergies. This is right at the center of the green.
Ended softly. Irishman needs to turn it around after a slow start here on Thursday morning. Hit the green at the PGA Championship with ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Start off the tournament with $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code Birdie to get started today. How about these hospitality suites that have been built out at Quail Hollow Club? These double-decker suites all over the golf course. Huge build out this year for the 107th PGA Championship here in Charlotte. Fowler, Koepka, and Lowry walking up near the 17th green. Lowry will have a lengthy birdie attempt. Koepka and Fowler's balls both found the collection area. Golf course just in phenomenal condition. Keith Wood has been the superintendent here at Quail Hollow for over a decade, and he is truly the best in the business. Everyone raving about the condition of Quail Hollow, and I, for one, Ned, have never seen it better.
I don't know how it would be better unless you can control the weather. And if you can do that, we need to have a conversation off air.
It has been a dry year so far in Charlotte, and we've needed all of this rain. We just needed it next week.
A lot happening over here. We're busy to the right of the 17th.
Yeah, Koepka taking relief from that drain.
And I don't know if you caught that practice swing from Fowler, but an enormous amount of water splashed up as the club made contact with the ground. So he's going to employ casual water and take his relief. And Brooks Koepka, good break for Brooks because he's would have been standing on the drain, but from where he was, he could not have putted it. A couple of irrigation heads between him and the green.
And how about Rickie going from the apron over to the first cut, the step cut, as you said, Mark?
Get a little cush there, don't you, Marky?
You do. Plus, you really don't want to play it out of the wet if you don't have to.
And you don't even want to putt it out of that wet because you're not confident that it's going to come out with speed. You might think that it's going to come out sluggish and then gas it out of there.
No doubt.
Greens are Tiff Eagle, and then the collars and the approaches are what is called Tahoma. And then the rough is Bermuda with, as Mark said, Palmer ryegrass overseed in it.
And that Tahoma was developed at Rickie Fowler's alma mater. Came out of Oklahoma State agronomy department.
Well, they weren't sure who was going to play first, so they flipped the tee. Pointed at Rickie, so it's his play.
Well done.
There's a little roll off there. Some might call it a false edge, but typically called roll-offs that Rickie had to encounter. Decided to carry it. It's also the same thing that carried Brooks's ball off the surface.
This one needs some pace to climb this hill. It'll bounce to the right early, and right here should start to come left.
Again, his report card stays up there in the 4.0 range for the short game test.
Similar to that of Taylor Zarzers in college.
There are some people that are hopefully watching that would object to that, but I really appreciate that you think it. I bet Ned Michaels, Shane Lowry is getting tired of these extremely lengthy birdie opportunities.
Well, let's see. He had a, what, 50-footer on 11?
Yeah, 46 feet 5 inches.
And then had the big one back there on
86 feet 5 inches.
16, yep.
This one's 66 feet 8 inches.
This one, as far as 66-footers go, is relatively straightforward. Right to left early, flattens out, and then tries to slither from left to right the last, say, 6 or 8 feet. But again, just get the pace right. That's the main thing.
Needs to get on the horse.
Another one of those.
Just what you want. He may have allergies going.
Well, Ned mentioned it earlier, the putting numbers, which can be a bit head scratching for Shane. As you look at his putting numbers this year on the PGA Tour, putting from inside 10 feet, he's 137th. And you actually get to 4 feet, and he's 173rd.
Well, this is 5 feet 6 inches, so this is going to be center cut. Told you.
It's been a frustrating start for Shane after another chance to win this past Sunday in Philadelphia.
Just outside 4 feet. Confidently hold. You don't win 5 majors without having an exquisite short game, usually.
And he has one.
He does.
Remains even par as he goes to the 18th tee. Part of our feature group coverage this morning has the top 3 players in the game. Scottie Scheffler, Rory McIlroy, and defending champion Xander Schauffele. All 3 of them are even par as they play the par 5 15th. McIlroy and Schauffele both made birdie on their first hole. Scheffler had an early bogey, but they are at 15 as our group gets ready to play 18. Meanwhile, the top of the leaderboard is interesting, Mark. We have 6 guys that are 3 under par to start, including both Ryder Cup captains at 3 under par. Luke Donald is 3 under through 10. Keegan Bradley 3 under through his first 4.
That's awesome. Playing captains.
Matt Fitzpatrick, a good start. Ryan Fox, one of the first guys on the course at 3 under. We referenced Fleetwood. And the man I flew next to from the last PGA Tour event to here to Charlotte, Nico Echeverria, who was grilling me with questions on the plane flight here on Sunday night, gets off to a good start.
Was that on your G10?
No, no. I would love one of those. It was not glamorous, I'll say that.
Rickie going with mini driver again here. At least it had the look of the mini driver. That's out to the right a bit, but trying to draw back.
He's not having any trouble hitting the fairways.
When he beat McIlroy in DA points in a playoff 13 years ago, he executed a similar shot to that one, hit it a bit further down there, and led to birdie, and he won for the first time on the PGA Tour.
This is also not a driver.
Yeah, they just had a last-minute check down. I like this play. This big hardwood that hangs out over the left side is in his way for the fade. He can turn this over a little bit better.
Let's see if that stayed up. Ned, that's close.
Yeah, his slider hasn't been sliding.
Leaning a bit.
Perfect. Now it's perfect. About 3 yards from the penalty area, but perfect now on the left side of the fairway. We have 7 players at 3 under par off to good starts in the 107th PGA Championship.
Wonderful to have you with us, Charlotte, North Carolina. I love Quail Hollow.
It's Thursday morning. Everyone starts at 0, a blank slate. The empty scorecards dueling with the fullness of hopes and nerves and the possibility of magic. It just takes 4 good days to change your life. Welcome to the PGA Championship.
It certainly changed your life, Mark, winning in 1996. Would you agree with that? 68-70, 69-70, those were your 4 scores, 4 good days. Is that what you had?
Yes, I had 4 good days, for sure. I don't know how much it changed my life. I mean, the exemptions, it's amazing. But I was about these guys' age.
You certainly can see a guy have a mediocre day and then have a remarkable day, but to Wright's point, almost all of the champions have 4 at least good days.
It's hard to win a major, or it's hard to win any golf tournament with a bad day in
right.
there. But, one of the statistics that came out, well, sort of caught my attention from the first major of the year was basically, if you're not in the top 10 after the first round, you kind of don't win. So it's not going to be as true here in this championship, but.
Well, you were tied for 4th after the first round.
Man, where are you digging that stuff up?
You were tied for 3rd after the second round.
192. That's what I'm wondering.
I think he stayed up here, Ned.
Sure did. Another nice break for Brooks Koepka.
He does have some baseball in his family, and he's going to have to play a bit of it here, it looks like.
It's about 3/4, 6. Yeah. I mean, it's the green's wet, and there's 9 behind it as well, so it's not, you're safe with that. Come on.
Couple hundred yards.
6 iron. This is doable. Throw it out to the right. That's what he's done, and it is curling back.
Is it up?
Let's see if it'll stay there. Nope, it's going to turn around. It's still a good play in that position. I referenced the baseball. His great uncle Dick Grote played for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Fowler center cut.
Take dead aim here. This was a big pull. I don't know if it's cutting.
And stay up, but it's in the rough.
Mark, I think it's worth noting, Tuesday the greens were as firm as we've seen them. Yesterday, you and I on the golf course, it felt like the greens were softer and the course was a little bit slower. And the green seems soft here early Thursday as well.
I'd agree with that. Looking at the reaction of these balls. Oh!
Well, when they're this soft, take a chance and go flag hunting, right?
Darn near jarred that. It was a wild little hop right at the hole. 186. Oh! It almost two hopped right in the jar. That was actually kind of cool there. Think it had any cut spin there?
That was more like it from the Irishman.
Somebody get him some allergy pills.
Brooks Koepka has been living on the edge so far this morning. What's the key here when the ball is so far above your feet?
Don't shank it.
How do I do that?
Wider stance. I think that's one of the keys. Stay centered, and it is a little more baseball swing. And do your geometry, meaning figure out where that face is likely going to be at impact. So if you're going to probably yank it, play for it. That's what I'm saying. That, you know, do the geometry, how you set yourself up, and same thing around the greens. When you get those super awkward lies around the greens, just start do a little better geometry and realize that the ball is going to take off wherever that face is looking. That's where the ball is going to start. Same is true there. I think they were actually worried about that ball coming out a little hot.
Wedge out, Mark, and in my opinion, that's absolutely the correct play. It's too many slopes, and too much ground to cover with a putter.
No, sometimes you're right. Pitching the ball actually makes reading the shot easier. Not always, but he's taking that big roll off in front out of play. Pitch right over it. It's pretty darn good right there. B+ for Brooks, so he's still got a average on these pitches. It's probably about 6 feet.
Rickie's not wasting any time if he's serious about hitting this.
He is.
All right, Mark Brooks, I have a riddle that you can help me solve here. Rickie essentially, we'll call it 200 yards. He was 190-ish and then another 6, 7 uphill. So call it 200 all the way to the flag. And as they walked by, I asked them, what'd you hit, 5 or 6? And then they kind of looked at me, so I had to ask it again, 5 or 6. And they said, that was a 7. So first of all, I felt about as big as a gummy bear. Second of all, he told me on Tuesday he hits his 7-iron 180 yards.
I guess adrenaline. They're probably playing the wet a little bit too, and the bounce.
There might be a yard or two of wind behind him, but if you had said he's hitting 7, I'd say he's probably going to miss it left.
Yeah, I agree with that. And of course, as you know, everybody should be, usually don't need reminding. They're just playing to a carry yardage to some certain spot or area. Probably accounting for 20 or 30 feet of release. And I agree with you. I think these greens they're not any firmer than they have been. That's for sure. 8 feet for par.
Was so fluid on that last one back at 17.
That's pretty fluid right there. Again, like most great championship golf courses, you still need to try to keep the ball under the hole. That's very true here at Quail Hollow. And that doesn't always mean short of the hole. Sometimes you got to get it all the way back there. Past the hole sometimes is under the hole.
And that's exactly where Brooks is putting from. Firm and inside the hole.
Pulled it.
Well, just kind of fighting with fire, Ned, with playing off of the fairway and off of the green so much. And will turn at 1 over through 9.
How many cumulative greens has this trio hit here on our opening 9 holes?
I'll do some quick math for you here.
He's given this 3-foot 8-incher full attention.
Again, he hasn't missed from 3 feet or inside all season long. Well, I know this is a little bit outside of it.
Yeah.
He's hit 7. And he's used his putter far too often. Only 4 greens hit for Rickie Fowler so far.
I'm keeping the running total here for you.
And we've seen a lot of scrambling from Brooks Koepka this morning. He's only hit 3, so 7 combined for Fowler and Lowry, and 7 for Fowler and Koepka rather, and 7 for Lowry. They make the long walk over from 18 green to the first tee as they play their second 9 holes this morning. For Eric Steger, golf is not only his profession but a family tradition. The PGA golf instructor is making his first appearance in a major and brings a unique family tie to the event.
My dad, who's a 40-year PGA member and has qualified through this tournament as well in '94.
I don't think I made a birdie in the 2 rounds I played. I missed the cut by 5 or 6 shots and flew back and ran my men's club here the next morning.
We grew up on the same course that I still teach at today. He was a head pro at for 25 years. That full circle moment is very cool.
Yeah. Good.
The impact that I get to make on other people, especially new golfers, is amazing to me. And if I could just plant a few seeds in their mind and be able to make a difference, a small difference in this game, is incredible.
It's going to be great, I know that. It'll be emotional for sure as he walks down the fairways.
Pebblebrook Golf Club, Noblesville, Indiana. In his first major appearance, Eric tees off this afternoon. Those are the Corebridge Financial team of 20 scores so far from club professionals that teed off this morning. Steger is out at 12:36 off of the 10th tee. It's a great tradition in the PGA Championship to have those 20 in our event each year. And I'd like to give a special shout out to Preston Cole, who played in the PGA Championship last year at Valhalla. He is the top assistant here at Quail Hollow. Came so close, Mark, qualify in sectionals at the PGA Professional Championship down in Florida to qualifying here, but instead he's got a coat and tie on working in the shop this week with the rest of the great staff.
He'll be ready next year.
A beautiful clubhouse between the 18th green and now over to the first tee.
Well, Ned asked earlier if you don't want to start on 1 or 10. I don't think it mattered, but this is the stern opener. You can see 504 yards. Pretty hard dog leg to the right. It's just asking how's your ball striking. So, you know, an architect can choose the famous, some of the more well-known phrases are, you know, open around with a handshake. There's no rules. You can open with a right cross.
Mr. Wanamaker's Trophy is out there that you hoisted 29 years ago.
Barely.
It is heavy, 30 pounds.
I saw it weighs more than a keg of beer.
Yes.
Empty?
We have a great feature on that we'll show you coming up in a little while. The hole is 19 yards shorter, Mark, than it was when it was debuted in 2017. The first hole used to be a short, under 400-yard par 4, and it was eliminated, and this hole was created 8 years ago for the PGA Championship.
So that would have been more of a handshake opener?
Yes, and then the downhill par 3 second, which is where the where you can buy a hat or a shirt in that big tent was down there. The second, that hole's gone now.
Back into the breeze now, and he didn't love the finish. Didn't like the strike.
Ned, we will see players take such different lines off the tee. You'll see a guy like Lowry try to play a cut off those bunkers, which he was unable to do there. And then you'll see players aim in the trees, trying to clear them. Bryson DeChambeau later today, I would expect him to do that. The last time he was here, that's what he did.
Now that long ball, you know, they say around here that'll go a long way. First time we've seen the big driver, not the mini driver from Rickie today, and that's a beauty. He's taking it just up the right over the drip line of those trees that you mentioned, Taylor.
Terrific. We watched Minwoo Lee on Tuesday play here. He had 9-iron into the green. He hit it over the corner of those trees.
And this would set up ideally for Brooks. He's trying to drop to the right.
His cut hasn't been cutting.
The cut, no cut. You're right, Mark.
Yeah, that's left.
Eight players are 3 under par. It's the first round of the PGA Championship. Captain Keegan Bradley. Shave that mustache off. He's got a clean look coming in here at the PGA Championship. Of course, he won this event 14 years ago. A nice play from the apron area at 10 that led to birdie. Ahead at 12, back right hole location. Keegan went flag hunting. Also led to a birdie. And got a golf clap from Mark Brooks at the par 3 13th. Over that green side bunker, right next to the hole. Bradley 3 under through his first 4. He just parred the 14th. Look at all of those players at 3 under par. Both captains of the Ryder Cup at 3 under. Keegan Bradley might have to pick himself if he keeps playing like this, Mark.
Well, he just outright qualify.
He did say that if he doesn't outright qualify, the top 6 make it in automatically, that he wouldn't be inclined to pick himself. But something tells me his teammates may tell him that he's on the team. Scottie Scheffler's name at the bottom of that screen, now at 2 under par. Scottie started with a bogey at 11, birdie 12. But just made some noise, Mark, over at the 15th. This from off the green for eagle.
Pretty good spot to leave it, though, on that second shot. Paid it off. See, he took the flag stick out.
Scheffler 2 under, McIlroy 1 under, Schauffele even par. Usually this is just a wedge out, get it back into play shot from this bunker. It's 238 yards away, Ned. How far can Lowry and/or Koepka advance the ball here?
I don't believe they can get it that far. I'm not even sure they can capture the front of the green. It does have a clean lie, but the ball significantly below his feet. Right now you're thinking about getting it in the fairway. How am I going to make par with my 3rd? Solid strike.
About 30, 35 yards short of the green there.
No way Brooks can get it down that far. Just too close to the lip of this one. Left and high.
Believe it stayed in the first cut.
It's just in the edge of the fairway, yeah.
Okay.
Right? Can't really, yeah, can't really play it to move it though, you know what I mean? Okay, so 99. Yeah, I agree. I mean, like a 95. Trust that.
Fowler again, ball below his feet. It should be a 6-iron.
Go.
It's good now, Mark.
Turned out fine.
Guys, this is a par 5 the rest of the year. The other 51 weeks of the year, it is played as a par 5, and because of that, it's one of the easiest holes, at least from a handicap perspective. But it is a par 4 when these guys come to town, as we take another look at Rickie's swing. just barely covering that greenside bunker on the right, and now will putt for birdie.
And that was a 6-iron. Confirmed by the incredible quality of this video presentation.
Chris Ohlmeyer and his team of camera operators doing a great job with that. Joe Taylor, Mitch Hummer, and the Cameron and the rest of our crew all doing a great job with us this week on our feature group coverage of Fowler, Koepka, and Lowry. Under is the popular score right now. There are 10 guys that have gotten to that mark. No one to 4 under yet. Because Koepka and Lowry were in that fairway bunker, they're both trying to get up and down from outside 50 yards. It'll be Koepka first.
Want a little bit of an upshooter lie. It was going to require some boldness to fly it all the way to the back where the hole is. And maybe Mark, smart play there, just taking a big number out of the equation.
No doubt. About 60 yards for Shane.
Perfect angle. And he's walked all the way up on the green. Wants to feel the green firmness underfoot. Wants to be able to assess, is this going to bounce or is it going to land soft? It'll curl hard from right to left. And Mark, from what I'm seeing, I wouldn't be surprised if he just tries to hit a low one over the bunker and let it almost roll out like a putt. I guess he could throw it halfway into the center of the green with some spin on it if he wanted that option.
Yeah, I think he's probably looking for something lowish with a long first hop.
Again, long is a bad situation. Tough up and down long here.
He's going to keep some check on this one. Again, protecting from going long.
But you guys have said it in the last 24 hours, just much softer conditions. These balls are not rolling out as much as they did earlier in the week. I would imagine that changes this afternoon if it continues to stay dry on this Thursday. Another look here, Mark.
I'm sure perfect contact, flew low, just didn't hit hard enough. The softer conditions, we were talking about this walking around the other day. You know, does it bother you hitting 5 irons, 7 irons, 8 irons? The softer turf, the softer conditions. I would argue it's harder on wedge shots. You know, because you're sitting down on it so much more that more uncomfortable contact with the turf than they're used to. Firmer. They want it firm. See that ball running on out. Actually runs away back there. That's an uphill putt coming back. Pretty stout stretch when you do tee off number 10. starting 16, 17, 18, 1, 2, 3. That is a tough 6-hole stretch.
Ned, traditionally, the 2 hardest 3-hole stretches on the course are these 6 holes.
And that's why I was questioning earlier, where would you rather start on the 10th or the 1st?
Our leaderboard proves otherwise. It's an even split. Front and back side starters, however.
Pay attention to the speed on this one.
That was smoking.
Smoking is right. That might have run off the green had it not collided with the cup.
Oh yeah, that was 10, 12 feet by, if not more.
One, 2, and 3 at Quail Hollow on the golf course is the 2nd hardest 3-hole stretch on the course. 16, 17, 18, the hardest. A lengthy par attempt for Lowry here.
Even though a different angle, that might have spooked Shane a little bit.
I hope so. You don't want to get too frisky with this.
Ned, that's 20 putts through 10 holes.
And you can feel every one of them.
I'm going to round this one up to 5 feet. Ned, 4 feet 11 inches.
Well, he's been steady with the steel for the last 3 or 4 5-footers that he has had. Again, look,
should be
graceful on 17, and 18 buried it.
Should be inside left.
Yes.
That's some nice rhythm right there.
Mark, these greens are so good that if you start feeling it with the putter, you're seeing the lines, you just get the sense that you can start to make everything.
You could almost sense a little frustration in his putt on 18 a few minutes ago. His par putt that he tried to jam in there.
So much for avoiding the big number.
Double bogey for Koepka. Speaking of double bogeys, the top 2 players in the game, at least by world ranking, both just made one at the 16th hole. Rory McIlroy was short and right of the green in 2, which is a very difficult place to play from. You have to go over a bunker, and he had trouble from there. And that led to double bogey. And after an eagle at 15, Scottie Scheffler just gave those strokes back as well. He hit it in the water with his 2nd shot. And Scottie is now back to even par. The Green Mile taketh away once again. And we were going to have to get a 3rd scorecard up there too, Joe. Xander Schauffele, double bogey at 16. All 3 of the top 3 players just took a 6 at the 16th. Ned, you need to give these guys a pep talk.
Gracious, what is happening? I tell you what, it's gotten hot over the last 45 minutes or an hour, so maybe that's taking a little energy out of the boys.
Went right through it, Rickie. hard dog leg left here on number 2. 454 yards today.
There it is with the X-Man. That is wild.
This hole turns hard left at the 300-yard mark. That was better. It's perfect.
Hold, please.
Each of these 3, Ned, will play the hole the way it was intended to be played. We might see Mr. DeChambeau take a different line later today.
That'd be something to watch, wouldn't it? I mean, he'd be looking over the tallest of those hardwoods down the left side.
That's where the green is. Koepka's going through these trees. Let's see if he gets away with it.
Not high enough. Not high, peak height enough.
Thought I heard some lumber.
You did.
Yeah, they're scrambling towards the cart path under a couple of those oaks down the left side.
Specifically willow oaks.
Let's take you through the front doors. Past General Manager Tom Delogier's office to the Wanamaker Trophy at Quail Hollow Club. The PGA of America and our more than 30,000 PGA of America golf professionals. We love this game. Scott Davenport has been the head professional at Quail Hollow for over 20 years. He has a terrific team of PGA professionals here at Quail Hollow. Keegan Bradley, Luke Donald, the Ryder Cup captains, getting off to a good start. Alex Smalley got in the field this morning. Sahith Theegala withdrew due to injury, and Smalley took his spot, and he's making the most of it. I do like that PGA Championship invites the top 10 alternates to be on site now in case something happens, so that they're prepared. They're allowed to play practice rounds.
Sure.
So Smalley had a normal preparation in advance of this PGA Championship.
Nothing to lose.
Remember back in 1991 when John Daly was the 9th alternate.
No, I don't remember that.
And got into the field and won it.
Forgot about that one. Do you know who withdrew? They got him in? You want to go down that?
I know Mark Lai was one of them.
No, Nick Price.
Well, yeah, he was at the top, but then there were a few others after that.
I think he was the one that tipped him over. Drove all night.
Yes, he did. Tee shots at the second. Koepka either just off of the pine straw near the cart path over there, and Fowler and Lowry with beauties.
Koepka's in the grass, trampled down, so he does have enough ball where he can get some solid club on it.
Just figure out where to leave it so you can have the best chance of making a 4. That should be your job.
The problem here is he needs to carry it, by my math, about 100 yards to get it into the fairway. And so he's going to have to keep it under the canopy of trees, and if he does that, it's going to chase through the back of the green. Or he just rifled it right into the trees, right to our feet. Could have been worse.
It has been a rough start for this 3-time champion. Just 3 of 9 fairways and 3 of 11 greens. And Brooks Koepka is 3 over.
Oh, Ned's exactly right. The tough part is to get it up out of this grass, yet keep it down long enough. I'm sure it was one of those that, oh, no, that got up too quickly.
Terrific shot in there. See if that can get Shane Lowry going.
He's definitely got something going on in the head. I mean, talking about allergies or something.
We're golfers. We all have something going on in the head, don't we?
Well, that's why I corrected myself very quickly. 141.
Yeah, give me about 145. Ball below his feet, uphill.
Short right is not the miss.
Neither is pull high to the right.
Sorry, I had to call that one in the air. Saw it coming. And inexplicable.
Unlike
inexcusable. I mean, it's just not firing on the cylinder today for missing.
From the middle of the fairway 3 times now with scoring clubs in his hand, and he's made the mistake you cannot make. And unlike some of the other aprons here, this one runs into the rough.
And doing what he's doing there, it almost tells me he's out there playing a little bit of swings going on. It's crazy.
Rickie's still back in the fairway.
That's what I mean.
Trying to figure out what happened, isn't he? I mean, you just look at him.
I'm sorry.
Meanwhile, Brooks came all the way up to the green as he walks back to prepare to play his 3rd shot.
Yeah, and this is kind of a gross looking situation on the extreme downslope. Matted grass wrapped around the ball. Call it 30 yards to the front edge. Good news is if the greens are a little soft, Mark, you can carry it 5 or 6 paces on, and it'll streak from left to right. Anything inside of 10 feet here is pretty special.
He's definitely taking it upstairs.
We'll send it to our PGA of America professional Natalie Sheehan with more.
Thanks, guys. So we just saw Brooks Koepka hit a punch shot out of the woods, and there are a couple mistakes I see people making when they try and hit these shots at home. And one of them is taking either too big of a backswing, but mainly it's adding too much speed through the ball. So having excellent tempo on these shots is incredibly helpful sure that you make solid contact and that the ball does not launch too high when you hit it. So what I love to try and have people do is really practice swinging the club from hip to hip, keeping my arms nice and long. And you can add a little bit of speed, but we don't want to go overly fast so that the ball jumps up. So just like that, you can keep it nice and low with some speed. Back to you guys.
And you said it earlier, Mark, that's the key through acceleration with those clubs. Natalie and her husband Justin do such a great job at Pelican Golf Club down in Bel Air, Florida, near Tampa. Fowler now from the rough.
That's about all he had there, Ned.
Yeah, he had to take the short and miss out of play, didn't he?
This was Koepka's second shot that led to the third shot that Natalie was just talking about.
Yeah, missed the window by 3 or 4 feet. You're right, though. That probably was going to be through the green anyway. This green has a lot of fall from back to front, by the way, I might add.
It feels like when you're on it, it has maybe the most. This one will be speedy.
You better believe it. It'll just be a tiny little nudge with a stroke. And because of that, you have to give it so much borrow out to the right. And he's aimed a good 3 feet out to the right.
Well, Koepka's round coming apart. He was even through 8 holes, but a bogey at 18, a double at 1, and as that left for bogey at 2. Fowler for par.
About halfway there, it'll snap off. Heels to his toes.
Let's see a birdie, Mr. Michaels. Shane Lowry inside 10 feet.
Beautiful approach shot. What you don't know is there was quite a bit of debris on his golf ball. So it was a little bit of a hit and hope. And he was rewarded. So to pay it off, find a little pay dirt here would go a long way to improving morale. And I don't mind being firm with this one a little bit. Yeah, it may run 3 or 4 feet past if you miss. But I think you can take some of the break out of this. He's just uphill and it's quartering from the back of the green to the front.
Did get a player to 4 under, Mark Brooks. We've got Ryan Fox now at 4 under through 14. Just played the par 4 fifth.
And he's played the most holes. He must have been in the opening pairing. check.
Yeah, there's one group in front of him. He teed off at, well, you know, you're right. He did. He was in the first group at 7:05. The first group off of the back, that is.
That's what I thought. There's Ned's theory.
And Brooks has taken an awful long time to line this up. Paid special attention to it.
Something might be broiling under the surface. Just took a moment to get it in check. Turn the temperature down.
Next May, the PGA Championship returns to Wanamaker Golf Club in Newtown Square, Pennsylvania, just outside Philadelphia. To register for tickets, visit pgachampionship.com/register. Registration closes soon. The PGA Tour was in Philadelphia last week. That tournament will be here next year. And this tournament will be there next year. So this little Charlotte-Philadelphia two-step will continue. Wanamaker next year, then Frisco, where Natalie Sheehan is the PGA Frisco headquarters. Goes to Olympic in 2028, back to Baltusrol in 2029. Congressional hosting the PGA Championship. Only did that once, 1976. They get it in 2030 before we go back to Kiowa Island, South Carolina in 2031.
That was out in the middle of the face. And if those last 5 holes weren't enough, you get greeted by the 488-yard par 4 third. This is one of my favorite holes on the golf course. It's such a classic. Tree lined, well bunkered. Just a straightforward, great golf test right here. Just makes you want to hit 2 good shots. And demands it.
It is the #1 handicap hole on the scorecard the other 51 weeks of the year. It doesn't play like that this week. Typically the 1st and the 18th are the hardest holes.
Finally got one to cut.
The range is over there. We'll see if Brooks stayed on the property. He's going to hit another golf ball. That is over near the 4th hole. Just can't find the center, can he?
No, he's a little crossed up right now.
Feature group coverage continues of the 107th PGA Championship in just a moment. Lock in your PGA Championship winner at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code Birdie to get started today. Today's live odds are brought to you by ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Koepka, his odds have gone up to 100 to 1. Fowler now at 400 to 1, and Lowry 225 to 1. And it has been a struggle from the start for these three world-class players. Lowry, 2 second-place finishes this year on the PGA Tour, ranked 10th in the world. Rickie Fowler just had his best week of the year last week, a top 15 finish. Brooks Koepka trying to find that form.
He's trying to find his tee shot here on the third. I don't know if Ned's got anything, any info?
Over on the practice range.
We are in search. It is wide right and not in the practice area.
I don't think the practice area was out of bounds.
It's not out of bounds.
Yeah.
But I don't know that we've found it. I'm walking up on it now. They seem to have it, and then they kind of lost it.
Sounds like my usual day.
Sorry, we just hardly hit the road before we could get here. Somebody told us back and see it.
So it did clip off the road here.
I'm on the other side. I was just trying to see what it. The pass angled this way, so. Do you know where it hit the path? By any chance?
Down here. Further down here.
So down there?
Yeah.
You didn't hear anything after the path, did you? No. Then I would say, once it did that, Rick, it's probably over the.
Meanwhile, Fowler's going to go ahead and play in the middle of the fairway mark.
190 right to the hole. Could be a good strike right up the gut.
Big ridge between his ball and the flagstick.
Yeah, 2 nice shots still, though.
Carries a yard. Perfect. Yeah.
It's the wrong hole to be looking for a birdie.
Well,
3 minutes goes fast nowadays.
Yeah, no, I got it. Can't find it.
Now Shane's going to play.
Yeah, it's right. The left edge. Yeah. It's like the second shot in 18.
.176. He said it was just like his shot at 18 that he nearly holed. That's a fine play. Good shot.
It's actually a good place to putt from, too,
Sure.
back uphill.
Meanwhile, the clock ticks. We got to be past 3 minutes, or
What number are you playing? 33. Yeah, I got
I mean, you got to have a clock on that thing.
Good. Yeah, no, you're fine.
Is the
I
range
think we
okay?
got it, gentlemen.
Go ahead.
The range okay?
Ned, it sounded like you just found it.
I believe we found her. Yeah, over here on the driving range. 33 with a black line. Strict something.
Yeah.
So we're going to swing it on equidistant arm.
Yeah.
I guess you could play from here.
Huh?
Swing out this way, yeah. Then you'll have a one going forward, club drop, or 1 and 1. Dropping.
Okay.
Club.
I'm surprised he's not considering this as an option. The lie is perfect.
Good bounce, the land up over there.
And where I think he's going to take a drop, guys, he's going to have big tree trouble.
We just got it. It hit the path and then went over into the ring.
Got it. I thought it was going to come up. That's fine.
No. Messages everywhere. Yeah, we do now, yeah. I say about here?
Yeah, it goes right across from here.
Yeah, I had this tree kind of marked.
So now what you're going to do, just put a key to full kind of make it more clear. Like right here. You actually measure one club length.
From like
Now you get your driver, put it right, yeah, you'll measure one from right against it.
Okay.
And then you'll get.
Greg, give me a driver.
Yeah. Actually use any club in the back or a club length, by the way.
About right. I mean, when I was over there, I was talking about this tree.
Yeah. That's fine. Then she'll drop in the second corridor.
Put sand wedge out.
It's great camera work here to give us an idea of what he has left. And I'm with Ned. I am very surprised that he would not go over to where Ned found his ball and play from there. He has a much more open path to the hole from there. There's the back end of the range that he could play a draw over towards the green.
They may not be allowing it.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, when it's all said and done, I'll unpack this for you. Talk to the rules official.
Well, reminding me, he doesn't have to use a driver when he's doing the club length measurements.
If he doesn't have an option, then obviously you play this.
And if you want a souvenir, there's a Brooks Koepka 33.6 Frixon hanging out on the driving range right now.
Huh? Yeah, that's the other shot I wanted to check them out. It's 190 front or something. Even if it comes up a bit short, it's alright, innit? Just thread it.
A lot of hit and hope here. By my count, that's the third tree he's hit right through the middle of today.
And then it'll be a challenging third shot that's left.
So you're going to dissect what went on there, Ned?
I'm alongside Jesse Barge, who's the referee here. Jesse, what is the situation? We found the ball in the range. Can he not play it from there, or could he have played it?
He could have played it from there, but he's also entitled to relief. Everything over there is still in bounds, and this fence and the fence there are both, this is a TIO, it's on his line. So he gets to come out on the equidistant arc, and then we measure a corridor, one club length, which he cannot drop the ball in. Second club length is where he drops the ball.
But to be clear, he could have played it from where it lied on the range.
He could have played it if he had chosen to, yes.
Thanks, Jesse. Appreciate your good work.
Outstanding work by you, too, Ned, to get that information. And now I'm really shocked. I understand walking around there and how much time it takes and all of that and getting yardage, but you do get distance measuring devices to figure that out. And like Ned said when he found the ball, and Ned, you saw what he had left for his second over there that he decided not to play. I mean, it was a much more open angle, correct?
I would have given him 50-50 finding the green. He had a perfect lie on an upslope. Trees, yeah, I had to go over them, but they weren't a problem. The only issue was going to be, could they find the target? Because, again, they couldn't see the green. All they could see was clouds in the top of the pines and the hardwoods. But given the choice between those two, that was a complete no-brainer. Didn't even walk over, so either they assumed that they couldn't play it.
He didn't go look.
Or, as you were saying, Brooksy, as he took some time over that short putt back at the second, maybe there's a little soup that's boiling.
Some local knowledge here. Mr. Michael's good friend, Mr. Golden, has a house over there right of the third green. You just aim at that house, play a little draw.
And you go say hi to Cam Cam.
That's right.
And meanwhile, there's 3 atop the leaderboard at 4 under par, including Captain Donald.
Well, the third for Koepka here.
Tough angle from 55 yards.
He's giving himself a chance to
Yeah.
save par.
Pretty darn good there.
Yeah, Mark, just as you said it, Brian Fox made a bogey at the par 3 6th. So it's just Donald and Steven Yeager at 4 under. And a big group of players at 3 under, including Keegan Bradley, Ryan Fox. That big 3 group. Top 3 in the world are going over to the first tee after playing 9 holes. Scheffler even, McIlroy 1 over, Schauffele 2 over.
You know what? We're due. We're due. It's uphill, a little ripple in the green here, and then works from right to left.
Just under 35 feet.
Rickie currently 2 over on his round. These players have primarily been out of position or defensive with most of their shots so far. Lowry can be aggressive here, though.
Needs to shake off that last putt. That will be one of the weakest effort he makes all week, maybe even all year. That one never had a chance. This one might surprise you, though, with how much it's going to break. It'll curl towards the bunkers that flank the front left of the green.
There we go.
Really nice birdie there. And birdied 18. A lot of break right there. Good 3 feet of break.
Now Koepka to save par.
Clearly moving left. Just not quite enough. That is a nasty stretch of holes for Brooks right there.
Bogeyed 18, doubled 1, bogeyed 2, and now a bogey at 3.
That's officially on a train that you do not want to ticket on.
The crazy train, that's the
Yeah,
one.
that's it. Ugh.
Fowler saves his par. Well, Mark, I may or may not be speaking from experience here.
I'm going to assume you've never been over there.
But this is what we were talking about. So that is where Brooks's tee shot was. So if you play along the cart path and draw it towards those skinnier trees that are up near the green, you have much more of an opening instead of in the trees, which is where Koepka dropped from. Terrific job by our team here to give you an idea of what Brooks's options were there at the third.
Probably been like a 5 or 6 iron, big old high sweeping hook. Interesting he didn't go at least check on his options. And it did take a long time, by the way. I'm not like throwing a flag at him, but it took forever to identify that ball.
Well,
you're supposed to have 3 minutes.
Mark, something else of note is that no one came to identify the ball. I was the only one over there, so they're essentially taking my word for it. And I don't know that how much I count in that situation, but I guess, you know, had a black line. It was a 33 strict on it. It was his, but just curious that you don't have to at least go identify it. I guess it's kind of like ground under repair.
Yeah, I think, well, that's what I kind of thought maybe he couldn't play from over there, that it was like a hit it, you know, if you hit it over the bleachers or something like it. 17 here, we know that if you've hit it, you know, well in the bleachers, the right of the green on the par 3, you don't have to even go find your ball necessarily. But he could have played it from over there, so he probably should have identified that. .186. 186.
This needs to hang on. This out to the right.
Caught a piece. Another birdie putt. Those have, we've seen a number of those lengthy Lowry putts today.
A little more at the flag, probably two more. So 77 at the hole is your cover.
He did have 22 putts through 11 holes, but that last hole counts as a 0 putt since he was on the fringe, so.
Does that make sense?
Get the sense that this is an important shot in their mind. They have studied it thoroughly. The wind, if there's any up there, might be hitting a little bit. 177 to cover the bunker. This could be a hard 7.
Stay there. Stay there, Paul.
Short in the bunker.
Good solid bumps. Right on that white flag. Good.
It's likely an 8-iron for Brooks.
And that's Rickie Elliott, his longtime caddy, trying to give him some confidence.
Now this is right at it.
Big backwards bounce.
That was strange. Strange. Very soft.
ESPN Plus has featured group coverage of the PGA Championship. The PGA of America Coaching Center, powered by T-Mobile in Frisco, Texas, features state-of-the-art technology from TrackMan, Top Tracer, Swing Catalyst, Putt View, and Sam Putt. T-Mobile's 5G network powers everything from PGA golf coaching to delivering tour van club fittings across all major equipment manufacturers. PGA Championship is at Quail Hollow Club in Charlotte. Rickie Fowler in the bunker at the par 3 fourth.
Makeable. 4 or 5 feet below the surface. Should come out, release. Tasty.
Matt, how about the condition of the golf course with, fortunately, no rain here on this Thursday yet?
Sorry, Taylor, if you don't mind saying that again. I was talking with Johnny McGinnis about what just happened with Koepka over.
I was just saying, thankfully we had no rain this morning, and I was asking you how the golf course is holding up.
You know, this morning it still had moisture. A lot of it was from the overnight dew, but it has started to dry out. It's still playing exceptionally soft, but your socks are staying dry.
That certainly is a good thing. Deluge of rain on Sunday, Monday, good amount of it on Tuesday, shower yesterday. Shane Lowry has been making full shoulder turns on the putting green this morning.
Yeah, this one's no fun either. At the hole, it's got a lot of movement and actually picks up some pace.
From 68 feet away. Bingo. All you have to do is just keep practicing them. How about those two? Back fringe on 3. And then the bomb at 4.
And the birdie at 18.
Stand still, please. Like, okay.
Motoring.
And the body English.
Yoga. Yoga pose.
Koepka for birdie.
A welcome par to softly step off that train.
And after a beautiful shot from the sand, Fowler taps in for par as they head to the 5th tee. Suddenly, Shane Lowry has a little pep in his step. Beautiful approach shot at the 18th, his 9th hole of the day. Extreme left portion of the fairway.
Great angle. Carved it in there.
Converted. And then after a nice approach at the 3rd from the back fringe.
And a good drive to set that up, by the way. 311 yards right down the middle.
He's had 5 putts so far outside 50 feet. Eventually one of them will go in.
like 1 out of 100, but we'll take it.
Lowry at 1 over par.
Yeah, off the windmill, off the windmill.
That's what we've seen from Shane most of this season.
It was a confident swing.
Rickie's been sweet off the tee today. He just seems confident. It's been the iron play in the places that he's missed it around the greens. And down after the tee quickly here.
Yeah, that's 9 of 11 fairways, Ned.
Probably hit more fairways than he has greens.
Confirmed.
That's not a good stat. Well, I mentioned that Koepka the last 2 days on the range was just thumping the driver. I mean, it was artwork. But it hadn't quite cooperated much today, and this one to the left.
Meanwhile, Luke Donald, Alex Noren, and Steven Yeager are at the top of the board at 4 under par. It's the 107th PGA Championship from Quail Hollow Club on ESPN+. Tee shots at the 5th for our featured group. 3-time champion Brooks Koepka struggling off the tee today, and that continues. He's in that fairway bunker. Fowler and Lowry with beauties. Nine iron or a wedge into the screen today. You can play from that fairway bunker, though, that left fairway bunker towards the green. This 5th fairway does sit much lower than most of the fairways at Quail Hollow. And we'll see if there's anything on Fowler or Lowry's golf balls. Mark, what about the decision to play the ball down today from the PGA of America?
I don't think there was any decision to be made. It's just not done. I mean, it would take an extreme casual water situation for them to have to invoke that rule.
And do you like it? 2016, to your point, the last time we saw it was 2016. at Baltusrol, and that was almost washout. Fortunately, we were able to finish, but did finish in lift, clean, and place conditions.
As a player, you probably wanted to, you wanted your hand on it if it was going to be muddy. And we know that's not why the rule's there. It's not. You're not supposed to invoke the lift, clean, and place rule just for mud gathering on the golf ball. It's intended for casual water situations.
And can give you an update that debris on both of the golf balls, but nothing of note, nothing that would affect the flight of the ball.
Rick, is this me?
Yeah, and it doesn't feel like net has been much of an issue yet today.
Correct.
We can look at the leaderboard and know it's not a major issue. But to my point about a 450-yard hole being kind of normal, I mean, this was kind of the 400-yard hole from 410, 412 from 30 years ago.
153 Koepka. And this going just a few feet left of the hole.
Really nice there. You can see that hole location tucked behind the front right bunker, sort of middle right, just past center right. In a nice little pocket. This should be a green light right here if you had any control of your golf swing today.
Flag was just starting to flick about back into the player's face. So tack on a couple. You need all of 145, call it, to cover the bunker. This is out to the right. He didn't hit it well. Well enough, though.
There is a roll off there.
And to Ned's point, short irons have been the problem for Fowler today.
All right, Mr. Lowry. Time to show us something. Time to do a little stone work with a short iron in his hand, and it sets up perfect for his ball flight. Drip it in there from left to right. Ball below his feet. Mark, this is tailor-made for him.
Yeah. Just left of the hole if you can. There you go. There's a reason he's in the top 10 in the world golf rankings. And don't count him out early.
He's even better than number 10 when it comes to approaching the green. So far this year on the PGA Tour, he's 8th. Again, we want to show you what we have offered to you from around the course. McIlroy, Schauffele, and Scheffler are on the second tee. McIlroy and Schauffele both 2 over par now through 10 holes. Scotty Scheffler is even on his round. Rahm, Cantlay, and Fitzpatrick in your bottom left. And the green mile in the bottom right. All of this available, 4 different feature groups and the featured holes live on ESPN Plus. Suddenly Shane Lowry is smiling after a slow start. Birdie at 3, birdie at 4, putting for birdie at 5.
And he has one for redemption. Going back to the second when he had that little uphill corkscrew that he left woefully short. Almost the same putt here for Lowry. A little less break, but it does require some firmness, some pace. But first, Rickie Fowler, right? He's going to, what do you think, Mark? Take a little something, hood it down, and scrub the speed using the bank? Or will he go up top?
Well, that slope comes at you probably a good solid 3 steps onto the green. I think he'll use it. That's putting surface I'm talking about. Just drove it in there low. That's more like it. These are certainly not complicated conditions to be playing under at the moment. That's being borne out by a lot of the scores.
No, it is a optimal spring morning.
Just about 20 feet there, Ned. Downhill, left to right.
That is everything you said is accurate. Only thing you have to worry about here is running at 5 feet past. It does tend to try to run itself out after it gets to the hole. So still out here right now, you can just about hear yourself thinking. That got airborne off the face.
Well, if you can hear yourself thinking out there, I'm glad I'm in here.
You can hear some frustration coming out of Brooks Koepka's head right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so frustrating, Mark, when you're struggling on the greens, but when you hit putts like that never have a chance of going in. By the time you look up, it's already 2 feet offline. That will really burn you.
Lowry's had a better putting year this year than he had last year or the year prior to that. And as Ned was saying, the longer the putt is, the better he's been.
Just outside 10 feet. Not enough speed.
This is one you throw down the first putt when you come out to practice. 3 feet straight uphill.
And they walk to the big par 3 sixth. First, let's tell you about our outright leader. Alex Noren now is 5 under through 15 holes. And the Swede just made birdie at 14 and at 15. Leads by 1 over Luke Donald and Ryan Fox.
That's 7 birdies on the card already for Alex.
Scotty Scheffler 5 behind Noren at even par. Xander Schauffele and Rory McIlroy each 7 behind at 2 over. Shane Lowry comes to the 6th tee at 1 over par on this big par 3.
Plays a little bit downhill, 9 yards to be exact. It's 230 to the front edge, and that hole occasion is only another 11 steps. You can see the first, I don't know, I'm going to say probably 5 yards up the middle is actually will repel the ball back off the surface. You can see they're beating this one to death. It's had 2 full birdies made today.
And it can get confusing at times with the wind here, Ned. The tee is protected and the green is exposed.
And the ball hangs in the air for a long time, so if there's any type of movement or microclimate, it will be magnified here.
It's almost like a thumbprint taken out of the, you know, like the front center. Classic piece of architecture that's been employed here.
That came right out of the center of the face, right to the center and cutting.
Absolutely fabulous golf shot. Finished about 18 feet or so above the hole. Beautiful.
Mark, remember what I said earlier about Rickie Fowler short-siding himself on par 3s more than he should this season?
Yes, sir.
This would not be an ideal time to short-side yourself. Guess there really never is, but here everything is so fast from right of the green.
It's leaking.
And guess what? Good news, Mark, is that he came up short of the green, so he's got some uphill that he can use to slow things down a little bit.
Pretty straightforward. Second.
Yeah, big ball, Brooks.
Brooks is fighting with that full swing at the moment. Alex Noren, 1 clear of the rest in the PGA Championship. Brooks Koepka made for the majors over a 5-year span, winning 5 of them, but not the same case the last 2 years, finishing outside the top 10. And he did not finish in the top 25 in any of them last year. He's won 5 times on LIV, which is tied for the most, but outside of 1 performance in Singapore where he finished 2nd, it has been a disappointing year there too. And it's due almost exclusively, Mark, to his full swing. He has fought his driver all year. He's tied for 38th in driving accuracy on LIV this year. That's out of 53 players. And he's 32nd in approach play.
No, not up to his expected standards.
This one is highly manageable. Some light, fluffy rough around the ball, but you get plenty of club on it. Plunk it out, let it release.
Right left for par to remain at 5 over.
Well, Mark Brooks, again, do not accuse us of not doing our homework earlier in the week. We hit the exact same shot that Rickie Fowler faces to virtually the same pin. We putted it. It was manageable. Rickie's going to perhaps use the same tactic he did back on the 5th.
Little checky.
Well, you guys are right. The right of the green is very quick from there.
It's almost like he was in between shots there, whether he wanted to go low and take speed off with the slope, or whether he wanted to carry it a little farther and higher.
Yeah, it just came out a little low. Didn't carry near as far as he thought. Probably missed his landing area by several feet.
Scotty Scheffler just with a birdie over at the second. Now in red figures at 1 under. The lead is 5 under. Ryan Fox and Alex Noren at 5 under. And Fox is playing his last hole, the 9th. Won last Sunday in Myrtle Beach and now is tied for the lead in Charlotte. Shane Lowry trying to get back to level par.
It was a 3-iron off the tee. This one has caution tape on it. Be very delicate.
Let's put the blinker on about 5 feet away.
Really good par, though. What a really nice 3-iron he played in there. He's sort of stacking good swing on top of good swing, and that's sort of a good thing to do. Start stringing them together.
He has some birdie opportunities coming up, too.
Lucky if it's not decent.
This one would be good for the scorecard. That one helps the scorecard right there. He can catch one or both of the next 2 holes. Still put something decent up. That's your job. You're a professional.
Yeah, the 14th and the 15th typically play as the easiest 2-hole stretch, but 7 and 8 would be another option where you can make a birdie or 2.
Good save there.
The par 5 7th coming up next, and then it's the short par 4 8th where Ryan Fox was just a moment ago. Fox with his second shot. He laid back to a number to give himself a full swing in here to this front left hole location and hit a beauty. And now he's playing his last hole of the day, the 9th, after making birdie there. Tied with Alex Noren at 5 under. Alex rather, has the green mile to go. Anything stand out to you here, Mark? McIlroy and Schauffele both at 2 over. Cantlay at 4 over. Lowry at 1 over. Seems like being out of position is a real penalty today.
I think it's going to prove that theory the rest of the week of being out of position is difficult to score here. It's soft, man. I mean, these guys, we're watching these drives. They're not bouncing more than a few yards. Makes the fairways wider, to be honest with you. And they're not overly tight fairways here. And they definitely play a little tighter when it's, you know, a little more bouncy.
Rory McIlroy, 2 of 10 fairways hit.
That's missing a fairway.
Need to hit it here.
2.
If you hit it here, Mark, you got a chance at birdie or even eagle.
So I'm going to defer to you, Taylor. You know this golf course very, very well. Front hole location, front left on both these next 2 holes. You like a birdie? Are they?
I really like the one at 8.
Okay, I figured you might.
The one here, as you see those arrows that they put in our graphic.
Yeah.
There are also arrows that could be right to the left of that flag that go off into the collection area. So that is on a tiny little shelf there at 7. Lowry, first to play.
Headed to the bunkers.
Come on.
Just a matter, will it cut?
No. Oh, for fuck's sake.
That was Irish for it didn't cut.
So that's a layup.
That'll be a layup, yes.
Okay.
Just a 9-iron or a wedge out of that. Ned, you already gave one of our buddies a shout out. Another buddy, Webb Simpson, lives just to the right of Rickie Fowler.
It's a good pool situation over there, I think I noticed. Oh, careful. This came off right quickly.
Yeah. Trying to draw. Trying.
Might be able to see the leaves and the trees behind the tee here dancing around a little bit. Just a slight breeze now back into the player's face. Kind of makes you want to press a little harder.
For left!
There are pickleball courts over there. Struggles continue for Koepka. Lowry and Fowler maybe with a chance to get home at Quail Hollow Club on ESPN+.
The course doesn't move. The opponent does, ahead, behind, around the course, up and down the leaderboard. Both are the enemy. Not either or, yes and. To win a major, you'll have to beat the course and your fellow competitors.
Isn't that the truth, right? Especially here at Quail Hollow Club, especially today for Rickie Fowler and Brooks Koepka. Koepka 5 over. It has been a rough start, and he has been out of position off the tee and approaching the green. 8 under par won this back in 2017 when Justin Thomas won the PGA Championship. But Mark, that was in August, not in May. How different do you think this golf course will play the next few days than what we saw in the other PGA Championship here?
Well, lest we forget, it rains in May. Okay, that's why it's raining. It's May. It rains everywhere in May. I wouldn't count on it being like 15, 16, 17 under. I mean, I think this place is going to show its teeth as the week progresses, but it may be where we have someone at 10 or 11 and maybe 11 or 12, 13 wins the golf tournament. That would be my guess. I was distracted a little bit because I'm trying to, you know, we talked about how much trouble Brooks has had lately. I can't help but think it definitely coincides pretty shortly after he left and went to play the Live Tour. He's had
how about
struggles
this
in these majors.
Got a break here, bouncing off of a hardwood, Ned, and he's going for it.
At this point, why not? It's down the left side, took a full wallop at it.
Yeah, gets into the bunker. That's a good place to play from with this whole location.
It's just got to be lack of reps, lack of starts. I'm not going to talk about his motivation. I don't know him near well enough to make that kind of call, but I think lack of reps is pretty fair. They're fairly exacting tests when you start talking about these majors. And you need to be very, very sharp.
It's under 150 yards down to the end of the water's edge there, Ned, so this should be a short club in Lowry's hands.
No thought of taking anything more. Oh, that one, did that hit the lip coming out?
It did.
You know, I thought he was waiting on Rickie, and then he looked like he got a little impatient and said, fine, I'll hit. I'm not sure the focus was there.
There's not much of a penalty, though, for at least in that situation.
It's pretty sharp faces on these bunkers.
Fowler, biggest breeze of the day, just kicked up right into his face. Needs all of 250 to cover it.
Well, it appeared it's in that front bunker. Here's another look at Lowry catching that lip.
That was skinny. That's a good break, actually.
He was hitting more club, trying to advance that a little further down the left side of the fairway.
It's like a 9-iron, scolded. He just wasn't paying full attention there, but he's fortunate that ball kept going. He's got a nice little rally happening.
Ryan Fox is not on the green in 2 at 9. His last hole of the day. Wait till you see that hole. 531 yards. Debuting today. This is the first time they've used that new tee box on the 9th. Alex Noren is over on the Green Mile playing the 16th hole right now. And he's about to fall out of a tie for the lead. He's putting for bogey. And if you've just joined us this morning, Scottie Scheffler, Xander Schauffele, and Rory McIlroy all made double bogey at the 16th today. The Green Mile showing its teeth. Scheffler currently 1 under. McIlroy and Schauffele are 2 over as they play the 3rd hole. And Rickie Fowler is in that greenside bunker. So Fowler and Koepka both in good position to have a chance at birdie. Lowry having to play the hole the old-fashioned way. 103 yards left.
Paying a little. Just enough wind has kicked up.
Should be in off the right.
It is, but at times it's straight in, and then at times it's dead off the right. 103. Give me 106 past the flag with a little bit of action.
Just like that. I wonder if Shane can hear Ned.
I don't know, but Darren can, his caddy.
I mean, that was a Tony Romo-like situation from Ned Michaels right there. Called to perfection, and that's exactly what Lowry ended up doing, giving him a chance to get back to even par.
You would think Rickie's in a better spot. If we were going closest to the hole, maybe they have a little something riding there.
Koepka does have a lot of green to work with, but it will be a speedier bunker play from there.
Well, Rickie's probably going to wait, because as he walked up to it, he gave the professional signal for, how did that happen? That's the hands out, one hand on the hip, kind of look to the heavens. His second shot plugged in the bunker, fellas.
Oh, boy.
So he might need a little time. Koepka will go ahead. Could get healthy in a hurry right here. Everything straight down a funnel, right to the hole.
See a lot of the golf ball, but
it's that fried egg where there's a little space between the back of the plug mark and his ball. You'd almost rather it be straight plugged. Number one thing here is you must get it out of the sand. If it stays on the green, terrific. Oh my. Oh, do it again. That was absolutely magic.
Boy, amazing. Went all the way under the fried egg. Threw the hash browns out there and everything with that one.
What's the key, Mark, when you have a lie like that?
Be fortunate enough there's enough sand under there that it won't repel. You got to figure out how to get that golf club all the way underneath that fried egg. That was very well done, of course.
This is a beautiful spot on the golf course, on any golf course. Magnificent homes that surround this hole, and the lake and the bunker that guards the green. It is a popular spot. If it weren't for those collections of holes on the back, Ned, you could maybe say this was the signature hole.
Yeah, I might say that it's pretty close. Lowry needs this. Needs it, needs it. Well, Mark missed a makeable one on 2. Hold it at 3 and 4. Missed one at 5. Missed one here, or at 6 rather, and then here at 7.
Are you suggesting his afternoon activities might include putting?
Yeah, or only the player knows if it's speed or if he's just misreading it. But
well, you can always practice reading.
Yeah.
It's part of your routine.
Squeaky little one here for Brooks. Has some pace.
There's a birdie for Koepka.
Good up and down there. Not to disparage anyone or discourage anyone, but the top 2 or 3 players in the world, there's a pretty large gap between that group and the group that's, let's just say, 9 through 20.
Mm-hmm.
There's a big gap right now.
And those guys are fighting the
far
golf course.
Easier to go from 10th to 30 or 40th than it is for somebody to crack that top 3, 2 or 3, 2 particularly. And he needed that.
After that terrific bunker play from the fried egg lie that he had. Both Lowry and Fowler missing from short range here at 7.
That just stinks. Everybody here was ready for a good cheer for Fowler, and I think he just hit it too hard.
It was ripped. I'll agree with you 100% there. It's not the read, Rick. That ball went 3 feet past the hole. Just smoked it.
Let's update you on what's going on here. Ryan Fox did not get up and down at his last hole of the day, the 9th. So he shoots 4 under 67. He's tied for the lead with 4 other players that are still on the course at 4 under. Scottie Scheffler is even par now. Xander Schauffele and Rory McIlroy both 2 over. Scheffler just bogeyed the 3rd to fall back to even as we go to the short 8th.
It's short, but it's not like number 14, 311 short today. It's 342 yards. Most of the players could reach that front bunker. However, I think you believe laying up's not a bad play to this little bowl, front pin bowl.
Yes, because everything feeds towards that hole location. You referenced that front bunker. That tree to the left of the target line you see is also in play off of the tee if you elect to hit driver.
It's one of those swings, Mark, if you felt like you were organized in the sequence of events in your golf swing, you widen the stance out and try to get that extra 10 or 15 yards. But the way he's swinging at it, the club a little stuck behind him. I don't know that he has that gear right now. Gorgeous. Right at the big oak to the left of the green.
Would you like it there to this whole location?
For him, yes.
Okay. Hit a fairway.
He is now 4 of 13 hitting fairways today. Koepka is. And if I had Shane Lowry's short game, I would want to send it up there as far as I could, just like he's elected to do, Ned.
I kind of thought that was going to be the bullet slap cut that finds the fairway, but that was the full treatment. Should have found the short grass down the right.
It did.
Fowler. He'll be laying up. It's just long iron. Unless he changed overnight. The longest iron he had in his bag was a 4-iron.
Which should leave him a full swing for his second there at the 8th, which is, I know what he was trying to do. Our featured group just has 2 holes remaining here in the first round of the PGA Championship from Quail Hollow Club. There's no trash. Coming up, Dustin Johnson, Justin Thomas, and Colin Morikawa here on ESPN Plus. Each of them winning 2 major championships. There's Dustin Johnson, who received a special invitation from the PGA of America. It's coming up at 1:14 Eastern Time, right here on ESPN Plus. Here are the tee shots at the 8th. Koepka and Lowry will use one of their most lofted wedges, and Rickie wanted a full swing, and that's what he gets.
Just inside $1.20 for Fowler.
shot with that one. Great.
Ned, this is my favorite hole location at the 8th because I think it's the easiest.
Well, the only thing you can't do is come up short of the green. You've got a good 6 or 8 paces long of it. A little bit of a wet area down here.
This should be spinning. And it did. That was a beautiful little 3/4 shot there. I was almost afraid he might have too much coming in there to that hole location.
Koepka went all the way up there to take a look as he goes back to his ball.
I need a referee.
And Shane
Oh, there you go.
calling in a ref right on hand.
Right, I'm just, when I set in, it's quite wet here.
Okay, so when you,
like,
when you stand and take your shot, if I can see water around your shoes, you are getting it. And if I can't see water around your shoes, you're not getting it. That's what they decided. Yeah, so I can see water there. Yeah. So we're going to try and find a nearer spot where you're going to be able to stand no nearer the hole that you're not going to have that. What about me? Oh, sorry, see what that's
it will have to be higher. We'll have to
yeah, obviously the training down there. Yeah.
I feel like when they're taking a stance, it's like...
Well, no, the water has to be visible. When you take your stance,
there you go.
We have to be able to see water.
You can't see it now.
No, there's no water there.
Do you think there is?
Okay, yeah, and then you just put that. You can clean the ball.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Good communication from two people from the same area.
Best man on tour to get casual water relief.
Shane appreciates that an Irish official came over to help.
So it's are you going to come back into where there's water?
No, the water was down there.
It's down there. Okay, fine.
There's no water up here. There's
Yeah,
pretty
that's
up here.
right,
None
that's
there.
right.
Okay?
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Makes a difference. You have a little more confidence of how the club's going to interact with the turf. Interesting to see him laser this. Normally he's such a feel player. Doesn't get yardages from short range most of the time.
You know, Ned, I've been wondering this since they've started using these devices the last few years. If they're, when they do that from here, are they looking around just as much as they're shooting a yardage?
It's possible, yeah. They might be trying to make sure where the grain is growing. Use it as a binocular as much as a measuring device. This is low and spitting paint.
There it comes. It's coming.
Koepka's been ready for a few minutes.
Pretty sporty there.
So 3 good looks at birdie here at the 8th. This is their 17th hole of the day. 4 under is the best score turned in and on the course. Ryan Fox shot it 67 this morning. Luke Donald is on the 18th hole right now, and he is on 4 under par. He does have a lengthy par attempt on that hole. Alex Smalley, the last man in the field, got in this morning when Sahith Theegala withdrew. He's playing the 9th right now, also at 4 under. J2 Poston and Steven Yeager also at that mark.
Don't really even have to make a backstroke here. Just kiss it. Nudge it.
Rickie's just struggled to get momentum today.
Mark, above the hole, putt like this, did you ever use the toe of the putter? Were you one of those guys, or try to hit it, you know, on the bottom rung of the putter or something like that?
I didn't go bottom rung. I definitely went toe a lot. Never heel. I think it just dive left on you if you try to come out of the heel.
I just don't see the this modern era player do that much. I don't know if it's the technology or, but I still think that's a nice practice. Just to deaden the hit a little bit.
Well, it has been the story of the day. This club inside 10 feet has not cooperated.
And for Shane, if you go back through the misses, they've almost exclusively been on the low side, especially on left to righters.
Well, it's back-to-back birdies for Brooks.
Ned, the toes, you know, hitting it out on the toe. Of course, you know, all the technology, as you mentioned, the MOIs and all that. But they're probably not as dead as they used to be when you strike them on the toe. But if you had a downhill right to left putt, for example, if you hit it on the toe of the putter, the ball is going to start more to the right with less energy. But you can make a little bit bigger stroke, if that makes sense, because it was actually, you know, you intentionally mishit the putt. But that we saw that stroke again, which we may not have time, but it was a, like I like an assertive stroke, but that one was a little bit quick. I thought on Shane's attempt at birdie there. A little flashy on the backstroke.
I would agree with you.
And that usually happens when you have less. You're just not very confident about it. Just the rhythm and the pace of the stroke. It's pretty quick, and that's in slow motion, so it's going to be hard to see in that. And sometimes they're misreads, but not all the time. I mean, I hear people say all that, well, you know, it's misread. I go, wait a minute. Now, we said it, you've seen this a zillion times where there's some putt that somehow everyone seems to miss the same way. It's because they all read it the same.
Yeah.
So your speed can be off, but as far as a pure misread, it's a little more rare these days than people try to blame.
Mark, Ned, and our producer Joe and our director Chris and the two of us had fun walking around the other day and checking out this new tee, the 9th, not far from the 8th green. It's 25 yards behind where the tee used to be. It used to be on that brand new path in front of Brooks Koepka.
The only thing it's far from is the hole, the cup on the hole. That would be 531 yards today. You can see not much rollout. There was the 17th. Oh, excuse me, 2017. Do that math.
Last year, they actually moved it back one time before this. But last year on the PGA Tour, it was 25 yards ahead of where it is now on that path. But yeah, back to 2017, it was 45 yards ahead.
What a hole to miss your fucking tee shot.
Or maybe just neck it a little bit.
Yeah, I was about to ask you, Ned, if you thought any of these guys, Lowry or Fowler, really, if they could get to that fairway bunker that's over 300 yards out there.
It looks like a country mile from here up by the tee. If you hit that necky little slider, you're not getting there, that's for sure. Interesting for Fowler, this is the mini driver. He must be trying to throw it out to the right and draw it, but this is dead straight down the right side.
Just a couple of feet into the step cut.
One last big hole to go for these three in the first round on ESPN Plus. Beautiful look at Quail Hollow Club around the water here. 4 under is the best score in the clubhouse. Luke Donald, the European Ryder Cup captain, shot it this morning. So did Ryan Fox. Steven Yeager's now 5 under. He has 3 holes remaining. Our group is on its last hole, the massive par 4 ninth. And look how far Shane Lowry and Rickie Fowler still have to go on a par 4.
That's some acreage right there.
We had a fun conversation with our ESPN colleague John McGinnis, who has been out there walking with Ned this morning. I was telling him about how you marked off what it was to cover the rough to get to the fairway here at 9. And John, who is right there in your picture in the pink shirt, told us that he played at Bethpage Black once, and didn't carry it to the fairway, and he had some fun telling those stories last night with us. Brooksy?
That was the 10th hole at Bethpage. I don't remember how, it was like 240. But this one's approaching 260 from the back of the back tee, from the back of the back tee.
Great to have Johnny out here in his home state of North Carolina.
Now this is where the rangefinder comes in handy, because you kind of gives you the number and you go, that's no way. Or excuse me.
Or if you're of a certain age, you need the rangefinder just to be able to see the green.
10-4 on that. It's only 224 front. That's the number to focus on.
It's that same 3-iron that he hit back at the 6th. That was a well-struck, searing cut.
Go, go on, no, go.
This doesn't have the heat on it. Left bunker did not plug. You could see it bounce around in the sand.
If it would have been online, it was the right weight.
Rickie has a 5-wood in play today. Told me he carries it 255, if that gives you any indication of what we're after here. Towering left center of the green.
Terrific.
Yeah. Maybe that's why he hit the smaller driver. He wanted to have that left. Enough of those irons.
And right between a 5 and a 6-iron for Koepka. Ricky Elliott steps in, calls him off. The breeze picked up at his back. So some kind of audible. Can't imagine he would have gone to the 7-iron. That's a 194 club with this breeze. Call it 200. Right edge of the green.
It's deep. Carried the backside of a little knoll there that propelled it a little more forward than it needed to have. Needed just through the green, Ned. Intermediate cut.
Meanwhile, Steven Jaeger is the first man, or at least the only man, that is at 5 under par currently. We did have a couple that got there earlier in their rounds, but were unable to finish at that mark. Donald, Fox, and Smalley all turning in 67s, but Jaeger 5 under on his round currently. Steven is now playing the 16th hole, so 3 holes to go. 5 under and 1 ahead of the big group at 4 under par. Let's look at some highlights of the German, the par 3 fourth. Steven has become a world-class player, a winner on the PGA Tour, approach shot at the 5th.
We know where this hole location is. Back right. Near perfection. Awesome shot.
Made birdie on 7, made birdie on 10. Did get one back at 12, but a birdie at the 14th. And then just a moment ago, made another one at 15. He's the outright leader right now. The green mile to go.
Yeah, I think Brian Fox bogeyed the last. Alex Dorn got to 5, and he's bogeyed 16 and 17. So the mile is exacting its toll on some of these guys, as expected.
All of them, Mark, and especially the best 3 in the world. They all made double bogey. Scheffler, McIlroy, and Schauffele on the 16th hole earlier today. What do you make of how they're playing? Scheffler's even, McIlroy and Schauffele both 2 over as they play the par 3-6. They have 4 holes to go.
Again, no offense to anyone. I hated the pairing. I did not like that pairing for those guys.
Why is that?
I mean, you put 2 big dogs out running with each other, you know, they get worn out a little too quick. They could run each other out. I don't know. And I know they get along fine. It has nothing to do with personalities. I think with all the hype and everything going on, I would have loved to have seen them split up.
I think that makes good sense, and you're right, they do. They all get along incredibly well. They're good friends, but there's all the people around them and all that comes with it. Yeah, it could be a little exhausting.
Yeah.
Lowry in this front bunker with a lot of real estate in front of him, Ned.
He's one of the most eloquent shots in golf is Shane Lowry with a long bunker shot. He normally likes to play him flat and chase it to the hole.
That's what he did.
Yeah, thanks.
Mark,
just a hair too much check on it.
It's almost, he just hasn't made the adjustment for the softness of the golf course, or the lack of speed, at least it has seemed in his mind, on the greens.
No, I think you're right. And there had to be something going on, you know, upper respiratory, whether it was maybe he got some I don't know. He definitely looked like he was having some struggles on the front nine, breathe allergy-wise.
I'd agree, and you'd think Justin Rose withdrew last week. Something going around spreads in the locker room pretty quick if that were the case.
It's May. It rains in May, and hay fever blooms in May. Perfect little stab. Probably his weakest pitch of the day. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in the air, pollen-wise. It's just a hard golf hole right here.
No question about it.
It's a ball striking test. There's nothing tricky about it. Nothing unfair. I hate that word, tricky. Don't allow me to use it again. He could slap me anytime.
You hold yourself
I'm going to hold myself accountable for that one.
Rickie for 1 over 73.
What's in the box?
Just never could find any momentum today, Ned.
That goes for the whole group. Just wasn't much energy. Came out flat. Lowry gave us something to write home about.
It's almost like Rickie carried over the flat Sunday from Philadelphia down here.
That's right. Now 74 today. Did find 11 of 14 fairways, but just 9 greens from there. And now some par saves for the other 2. This is outside 20 feet for Lowry.
And again, another one left to right. It's been his nemesis today. Whether it's not enough borrow or not quite enough speed, he's missed him on the low side.
Not enough speed.
He made a putt off of the green, and he made a putt over 60 feet, and he still had 33 putts. The big reason why he shot 74.
No doubt.
And it wasn't as if they were all 25 footers with a lot of break. He had some pretty looks. More of the same for Brooks.
Yeah, this is the other way around, though. It as you've been saying, Ned, only 5 fairways and only hit 7 greens. Lowry and Fowler with 74. And the 3-time PGA champion Koepka shoots 76. Excuse me, 75 today. Yes, 73 for Lowry and Fowler. 2 over, 73 for Lowry and Fowler, and 75 for Koepka.
You're forgiven because you play a par 72 here. You get that little gimme off the first. So when you play here, you get to open with a handshake. When these guys play here, they get to open with a left cross.
And Mark, it was a stern major championship test for these 3 this morning.
No doubt. They made it look tough. And it is tough, but it's very fair. I mean, the board is proving it. Perfect weather.
Did enjoy working with our friend Ned Michaels this morning. Terrific job from him as we put a bow on today's coverage. Let's look at Shane Lowry. The approach at 18, a beauty.
Preview, keep your eyes open. Tease Jim, 3 feet 9 inches. Very few birdies at 18.
Another
23 feet.
And then the big highlight was this, outside 60 feet at the 4th. Yeah, it's the putter. The ball striking was about as solid as what we've seen all year.
Well, he got turned around. He didn't hit it great out of the box, but he finally started hitting some solid shots from really 18 in, you know, his last 10 holes. They could have been better than that.
Those guys will play tomorrow afternoon. We have, quick math, 36 minutes to see 3 two-time major champions. Justin Thomas winning each of his majors in this event. Dustin Johnson winning the Masters and the U.S. Open. Colin Morikawa won this 5 years ago. And then the Open Championship the following year. At the top of the board, Steven Jaeger is 5 under par, playing the par 4 16th. European Ryder Cup captain Luke Donald with a 67 this morning. Myrtle Beach champion from this past Sunday, Ryan Fox shoots 67. Alex Smalley, the last man in the field, shoots 67. Hickory, North Carolina's JT Poston is 1 shot off the lead. North Carolina grad Ryan Gerard also at 4 under. Keegan Bradley, the American captain, just 1 back. You can switch over to one of our other feeds right now with the top 3 in the world playing together. Scottie Scheffler is even par. Rory McIlroy and Xander Schauffele are both 2 over. They're playing The par 5 7th, just about to tee off there. 3 holes to go for those 3.
Is that a typo?
It's not. It's the truth.
2 over par for Mr. McIlroy. He does have a couple birdie holes in front of him, for sure.
Always great to be with you, my friend.
You too. It was awesome. Always learn something new every day you watch these guys play.
Golf continues with Will Haskett and Carl Paulson. For Mark Brooks and Ned Michaels, I'm Taylor Zarzer. It's been a great morning that's turned into afternoon here at Quail Hollow for the first round of the PGA Championship on ESPN+. Launch monitors, swing coaches, constant analysis. Today's golfers are looking for constant data and feedback. As Marty Smith tells us, golf has become a game of math.
Golf's beauty, its place in nature, the fluidity of a swing is a calming presence. On the outside, but inside the mines, inside the ropes, it's a complex numbers game, a mathematical equation the pros are constantly trying to solve.
Numbers define my whole game. I use numbers in every situation, whether it's putting, chipping, driving, iron play, downhill slopes, uphill slopes.
The higher pressure creates an application of force upward, which makes the ball have lift.
Science helps. The more you kind of think like a scientist, you try to problem solve in a logical way.
I have a guy on my team who just does stats. If I can make 2 or 3 decisions a week that help me a tenth or a couple tenths of a shot, it can add up.
I love looking at the numbers. To me, that gives me the answer as to what I need to do to get better.
At certain times you can be have 5 or 6 numbers in your head, and so it can be pretty confusing.
Golf is best played with freedom. Freedom of movement and mind, steeled by preparation. These days, preparation is a number and then another. So that begs the question, at what point does it become paralysis by analysis?
It's certainly possible to overcomplicate things in your mind. There's a point where you could get a little bit too drawn into those numbers.
Smash, factor, distances, carry distance, carry plus roll, average dispersion is... Can I even stop a 6 before the water?
As far as the statistical numbers, I'm looking at ball speed, I'm looking at club head speed, looking at spin rate a lot. That's a big one. If I have an 8-iron with a 8-knot wind, if I draw it, it'll affect it 12 yards. If I cut it, it'll affect it 26 yards.
1 yard can mean a ball in the water on 15 at Augusta to tap an eagle.
You can improve by just understanding the math and physics of what you're doing.
There's essentially a formula to become the best player in the world.
You get some guys like Bryson that are talking about completely different stuff.
How much wind's into us, how much is the ball going to bounce and roll out. You have to look at it and be very diligent.
I mean, I could give you 35 different stats numbers, but they're all going to lead to the same place at the end of the day.
Thinking too much. It's a little white ball that doesn't even move. Come on, Marty, you're an athlete. Just hit the ball at the hole. I never was good at math.
The course doesn't move. The opponent does, ahead, behind, around the course, up and down the leaderboard. Both are the enemy. Not either or, yes and. To win a major, you'll have to beat the course and your fellow competitors.
Course perhaps beatable today. We've seen some good scores, which means if you're just revving up for our next featured group here of Justin Thomas, Dustin Johnson, and Colin Morikawa, you know that if you were in control today, that you could win that battle with the golf course. Quail Hollow Club playing to a stroke average just about 2 over, but rounds of 67 certainly available. And Carl Paulson, this is exactly what this trio is hoping for later this afternoon.
Yeah, obviously a couple of question marks in our featured group. Is this course going to play too long for a Colin Morikawa, who's the most accurate player off of the tee? Very good long iron player too, so you would think it would set up nicely. And Dustin Johnson, we haven't seen a whole lot from Dustin Johnson. Not exactly sure how he's going to get off today in this 2025 PGA Championship.
And so much discussion of what type of player would be successful this week, but that is a leaderboard right now that shows there are many different ways that you can play golf and shoot a number right now on this golf course.
Yeah, Ryan Fox really the only bomber on this list. Now all of these guys are not short hitters, but keeping the ball in the fairway is always important. I don't care how long a golf course is, especially when you have grass that still has moisture in it, and you're playing out of that rough. It's going to be tough today.
Steven Jaeger's gotten more speed in his game recently as well. 1 of 2 tied for the lead. Ryan Gerard, a PGA Championship rookie, at the top of the board as well. Lots of feature groups for you here this afternoon on ESPN+. Obviously, our group getting set to go in just under a half an hour or so. You've got 3 men with 2 majors each, including a couple of PGA champions. Justin Thomas has won this major twice, including the first time it was here at Quail Hollow Club. That was back in 2017. Dustin Johnson, twice a runner-up at this PGA Championship, looking for major form now at 40 years old. Is this the week he turns back the clock? And Colin Morikawa burst onto the scene by winning this championship back in 2020, the first of his 2 major championship victories. All 3 of these guys know what it takes to win a tournament like this. After they tee off, it'll be Jordan Spieth, Patrick Reed, and Ludwig Åberg in the 125 group. We've already seen a career Grand Slam completed here in 2025. Can Jordan Spieth be the next to win all 4 major championships? Patrick Reed's been playing some sneaky good golf this season in 2025, and Ludwig Åberg's going to win a lot of majors in his career before it's over.
Yeah, and I wonder where Ludwig's game is. Didn't play all that great last week. Got together with his coach for the first time in person since the Masters. Sounded very confident yesterday in his press conference, so we'll see how he does. But you're right, Patrick Reed his name has popped up a few times, let's say.
After he goes, major champion in Hideki Matsuyama. There you see the cut streak. How about that from Hideki? Always in the mix. Wyndham Clark has won on this golf course. He has the superpower necessary to be good here.
Yeah, the big question is current form for both of those guys. Obviously, Hideki got off to a great start in 2025, but where are we with Tom Kim? You know, it's a little bit of a question mark for this group.
And then you want to talk about guys that can move the golf ball. 3 of the best in this one, including Bryson DeChambeau. When we showed up here this week, many wondered if this might be the perfect setup for Bryson to win another major.
Well, everybody else thinks so. People have been on him all week long leading into this major championship. And then what are we going to get from Victor Hovland? You never know. You certainly can't listen to him talk about his game and get any idea of where he is with his game. You just never know. And of course, what a story Gary Woodland would be if he could get into contention. Just a few weeks back in Houston, he got in contention and the golf world lost their mind.
That will be one of our other featured groups. And again, they'll be telling that story as well with our trio still warming up. Doesn't take a whole lot to warm up today. It is humid, it is hot, the sun is out. This golf course is trying to dry out. And Justin Thomas, maybe nobody in the world as consistently good as JT over the last couple of months. And I know that's saying something because of what Scottie Scheffler has done winning, because of what Rory McIlroy has done winning. But if you look at the metrics compared to those guys who obviously steal a lot of the headlines, JT is vintage in 2025.
Yeah, and I don't think he is all the way back yet in his mind, let's say. He has played some great golf. We'll talk a lot about his putting over the next few hours, but he looks awfully good right now.
They are warming up. We are warming up. We're inside 20 minutes from that trio heading to the first tee here on day one of the PGA Championship.
There are thousands of golf tournaments. The infamous six-man at the Clarksdale Country Club, and the member guest at Cherokee, and pro-ams and amateur match play events. But really, there are only 4 golf tournaments.
Champion golfer of the year. McIlroy has his masterpiece.
This is the PGA Championship.
ESPN Plus and the PGA of America proudly welcome you to the first round of the 2025 PGA Championship from Quail Hollow Club in Charlotte, North Carolina. Nearly 5 inches of rain have fallen on this property in the last week or so, but we have been blessed with sunshine the last couple of days. It is warm. Scoring is good for what is going to be a challenging week as our feature group continues to go through their final tunings on the range. Dustin Johnson, twice a runner-up at this major in his history, making yet another PGA Championship start, his 16th start in this championship, 63rd major start for the 2-time major champion. And as we said in the last segment, Carl, just trying to turn back the clock to find a little form this week for DJ.
Yeah, here's a guy that is super athletic, and as you near the age of 40, that athleticism drops off just a little bit.
He'll be trying to tackle this major venue for the second time hosting this PGA Championship. Quail Hollow Club, the 4th longest layout in PGA Championship history. It is the longest par 71 we have ever played in this championship. It is playing slightly below that number today, just under 7,600 yards when you look at it. We'll see the water come into play, especially on the back 9 when we wrap things around and head into the green mile. And how about that? 8 of the par 4s this week tipped out at 450 or longer, which is why we've talked so much about length being a huge factor, especially when it comes to this green mile stretch. 18 and then won the second hardest hole here some 8 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to look at the long hitters, and then who's hitting it the straightest out of them. They're going to have the best opportunity for scoring.
Best scoring so far with 3 rounds of 67 in, 2 players on the golf course. Jaeger trying to survive the green mile right now at 5 under par. Ryan Gerard heading to 2 scoreable holes on the back 9, the drivable 14th and the par 5 15th. So a real chance. Again, 4 under par led at the end of the first round in 2017. We've got 3 in the house at -4, but a couple of players there, especially with Gerard. You could make a case with some good golf coming in. He could post maybe even around in the mid-60s when it is all said and done. Speaking of Jaeger, in the middle of that green mile right now, is a guy that's been playing some really good golf, rounding into being a guy that could be a factor in major championships. This is how he got the day started at the par 3 fourth, coming off pars at 1, 2, and 3, and then taking advantage of the par 3.
Yeah, putting himself in a position where he can be aggressive with the putt. That is very important on championship golf courses, major championship golf courses.
So that was the shot of coffee to get the round going. This was the double shot of espresso over at 5 for back-to-back birdies.
And another green that you need to put it in a perfect spot, but if you hit it that close, it doesn't matter where you hit it.
He would make that, birdied at the par 5 7th as well. He was 3 under making the turn, a birdie and a bogey starting the back, and then that stretch, 14 and 15. Get close to the green down the hill, makes that for birdie to get back to 4 under par in the round. Before he headed to the par 5, he birdied that and now has 1 hole to go at -5. Ryan Gerard, the PGA champion rookie, just his 3rd ever major start. And what a start it has been for the North Carolina Tar Heel.
No doubt, he's been playing some great golf here in 2025, and his golf is traveling. Here he is at the 13th. Going right after this flagstick on that left-hand side. What a shot.
He has made 4 consecutive birdies on the back 9. 10, 11, 12, and 13. Those aren't even the easy holes, and he's birdied all of them on the back. Out very early today, Ryan Fox won last week on the PGA Tour, has the length to overpower some of the holes in this golf course, but if he's dripping in putts like that, the New Zealander can be dangerous.
He made a boatload of birdies last week as well. That's going to serve him well in this major championship.
Speaking of putters, maybe one of the best to ever do it with the flat stick, but you don't even need the putter when you can lace them like this one at that par 3 fourth for Luke Donald, the European Ryder Cup captain.
Yeah, extreme left hole location there, and he keeps it underneath the hole. Boy, he is, as you mentioned, such a great putter.
At this time yesterday, Alex Smalley was not in the field. It took a late afternoon withdrawal from Sahith Theegala to get him in. And then why not take advantage of the start by roaring it in from 50 plus for eagle for Smalley. That was on his inward 9. He would birdie 8 to shoot that round of 67. So we have seen that if you're in control of your golf ball today, there's a number of ways to get to a number on this golf course.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Real quickly on Alex Smalley, he was by far the best player that was not in this field. Glad to see him get in the field.
Yeah, if he stays at the top of the leaderboard, you're talking about a top 10 player this year from a scoring standpoint on the PGA Tour. And of course, very excited for the Duke Blue Devil, not too far away from where he played his college golf, to be in the mix here this week. Justin Thomas knows what it takes to be successful around this place as he's working his way up through the bag on the range to get set for this one, as they'll be making their way over the tee here in under 15 minutes or so. JT, DJ, and Colin. 3 names synonymous with major success over the last decade or so plus, and we cannot wait to see what they are able to do on this golf course this afternoon. As they continue their warm-up, we continue ours on the other side.
Last year's trophy buys you nothing once the tournament begins. The scoreboard is blank, the fear returns anew, and all the golfers stand on the first tee. A lonely place where a reputation can't help you at all. Welcome back to the PGA Championship. It's time to do it again.
Xander Schauffele trying to defend his PGA Championship title while two PGA champions look for that Wanamaker Trophy again. That includes Justin Thomas, part of our feature group, headed to the first tee here in about 10 minutes time, the 2017 and 2022 champion. It's been near and dear to his heart, third generation PGA pro. JT on a very familiar place, trying to become just the second player all time to win two PGA championships at the same venue. That's a trivia question that we'll hold for a little bit later on in the broadcast today, as you see Justin Thomas putting his final work together here. Again, a proven champion, and we've talked so much about the play, the form on the golf course this season, but it may be off the course that has been the biggest turnaround to Justin Thomas on it.
I'm definitely in a better place. I think there's something in me that enjoys the challenge of figuring out this is my new lifestyle. I want to make sure that I'm helping my wife as much as I can with Molly, and now it's like, okay, hey, I'm practicing X to Y tomorrow. I wrote letters to both my parents before Molly was born because I think I've definitely viewed them differently than I have. They weren't just mom and dad, they were who raised me, and it was like I was about to go into this life of I'm about to raise this human being, and however Jill and I decide to raise her to an extent is how she is going to be. It made me appreciate them. It just took me almost 32 years to figure that out, but I finally realized it.
It's all about the natural maturization. You get to a point where you are now in charge of somebody else's life and your priorities change, and a lot of people don't deal with that very well, but JT seems to be in a fantastic spot off the golf course, a great headspace, which has converted to the golf course. He has been playing some really good golf. Just a couple of years ago, decided to tell his dad, Mike, that he wanted to own his own golf swing so he can understand how to get out of any kind of funks that he gets in the golf course, and I think that served him well. They still have a great relationship, and he is still his main set of eyes, but the way that JT's been playing this year, he's back, baby.
Yeah, the perspective of fatherhood certainly changes any of us that have experienced that, and certainly it has for Justin Thomas. It's amazing what happens when you're the focus of